Hello, everyone, and welcome in. A quick sound check before we get underway. It's the 5A Regional here from Salina South High School. We'll have coverage of all three games coming your way here in just a bit here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Well, hello everyone and welcome in. It's time for coverage of the 5A regional tournament here in Salina from the campus of Salina South High School. Tyler Henry alongside you, Nicholas Fierro, handling all of our camera and production duties here today, and a full day of softball coverage presented by the good folks at First Bank, Kansas. We will cover all three games today, assuming, of course, that the two Salina schools, both heavily favored, find their way to the second round, which is the championship game here in a four-team bracket. The first game will feature the 5 seed in Salina Central at 19-7, taking on the 12 seed in Emporia at 10-16. Should be in for a couple of fun games here. Of course, coming up right after this on this very stream, as this ball is taken, it's going to get between third and short. It's an infield single for Molly Williams to lead things off. But coming up after this game, we'll have coverage of the 4-13 matchup between 19-7 Salina South and then 10-16 Newton. And, of course, the nightcap will feature the winner of both games with a ticket to this year's 5A state tournament on the line. Let's introduce you to the starting lineup for the Emporia Lady Spartans. Molly Williams led things off with the infield single. She stands aboard at first. She is the starting shortstop today for Emporia. Following her in the order is first baseman Ryan Howe, then pitcher Olivia Barrett. In the cleanup spot today is catcher Atlin Heffron. Batting fifth, it's your left fielder Marley Sewell, then right fielder Bailey Schlesner. As the runner there thinks about it, we got a back pick attempt. It's not there in time. And the bottom third of the lineup consists of third baseman Isabel Olteris, DP Michaela Arrington, and center fielder Chloe Steele. Ryan Howe at the dish. 1-1 count, swings over the top. Nothing doing that time, and that's a great chance for us to introduce you to Sophia Johnson, the true freshman making her start today. She will be the one in the circle for the Lady Mustangs of Salina Central. And Johnson's freshman campaign has been fantastic as she induces an infield pop-up. Coming over is Turpin, who makes the catch for out number 1. This season, Sophia Johnson is making her 15th appearance of the year. This will be her 13th start. She has tossed a team-high 78 innings to the tune of a 3-2 record, a 2.42 ERA, a 1.64 WHIP, 57 strikeouts to only 26 walks, and 1 hit batter. Sophia Johnson is the real deal, and again, she's done all of that here in just her freshman campaign. Plenty of even brighter days ahead, I'm sure, for the Lady Mustang freshman. Here she is battling with Olivia Barrett, the starting pitcher, on the other side, as these Lady Spartans have come out today, and they're all gray uniforms, gray pants, black numerals trimmed in white. Kind of tough to see, but fortunately for softball, it's pretty easy to spot who's where, as players tend to stick in the same spots. And with that, let's take you around the horn defensively for Salina Central, presented by Billings Group. Banninger gets the start behind the plate. It's Turpin over at first, Guyot at second, Gordon at short, and Van Zant at third. Throw down to second, not in time to get the speedy Molly Williams. That is a stolen base here for Emporia. But again, it's Gordon at short, Val Van Zant at third, and then your outfield from left to right consists of Rykoff, Wagner, and Bailey Bruce. Jam shot there. Barrett fouls it back to the screen. The count stays full here. Central still in search of their second out of the inning here. And they are hoping to save their ace in the hole in Val Van Zant for a potential Game 2, which could come against their crosstown rival in the Salina South Lady Cougars. But it's a walk issued to Olivia Barrett to put runners at first and second. And things are getting kind of interesting here with Atlin Heffron due to come to the plate. And a chance for Emporia, with only 1 out, to see what they've got here in the first inning. Lady Mustangs come in at 19-7 overall, and they have played both of the teams in this bracket in the regular season, including a curious 5-4 loss to Newton earlier this season. That is a Newton team that comes into this bracket at just 10-16. One of those 10 wins came against the Lady Mustangs. Of course, they lost both of their games against Salina South earlier this season. Next pitch, awfully close. Won't quite find the zone, though, and the count goes even at a ball and a strike. It's tough to beat a team 3 times in 1 year. South will be thinking about that if Central can get through the opening round here as the 1-1 pitch is on its way. Of course, there's been a lot made of the potential matchup between South and Central. I know I've been talking about it a lot here in the first inning, but boy, both of the other teams here are hoping that matchup will not happen. As Newton and Emporia also battling it out for their playoff lives here in Class 5A. The 1-2, big swing and a miss. My goodness, Johnson pulled the string. Heffron way out in front. And the first strikeout of the game belongs to Atlan Heffron as Marley Sewell grabs a bat and comes to the plate here with 2 away and 2 aboard. First pitch on its way, jam shot to second. Guyot picks it up, and it's a quick out to wrap up the top of the first. We go to the home half of inning number 1. Coverage today is presented by First Bank Kansas.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
Back to regional softball action presented here by First Bank Kansas. Good to be alongside you. Tyler Henry up here in the Equity Bank broadcast booth in Salina. And it will be the Lady Mustangs of Salina Central looking to be the first to get on the board here at the regional tournament. Let's go ahead and meet the starting lineup for the Lady Mustangs presented by the good folks at Billings Group. And it all starts here with center fielder Katie Wagner. She will be followed in the lineup by shortstop Charlotte Gordon, then third baseman Val Van Zant, left fielder Ellie Reitkoff in the cleanup spot today. Batting fifth, it's your first baseman Harper Turpin, then DP Peyton Burnt, starting pitcher Sophia Johnson, right fielder Bailey Bruce, and bringing up the caboose of the lineup today is second baseman Jolie Guyot. Your flex in the field is catcher Brooke Banninger. Everyone for Central will have to contend at least at the top of this game with starting pitcher Olivia Barrett. And Barrett trying to get things rolling here early and often against a Lady Mustang lineup that has been batting very well this season. That's been one of the biggest improvements for Salina Central this season. They bat .356 as a team. They slug .483. And they only have 1 home run on the season, but they have manufactured 160 RBI over the course of their 27-game campaign. 2-2 pitch is fouled away. Of course, a great crowd on hand, including Game 2's combatants, Salina South and Newton both looking on. And, of course, South has chosen, as many teams that host the regional do, they want to take a look here at who their opponent will be, watch the first game, and then they can worry about trying to advance themselves. 2-2, still the count on Katie Wagner. She has been battling. It's not very often at the 5A level that you see a sophomore hitting leadoff, but she's earned it. .382 average, .513 slugging on the year. She leads the team with 29 RBI. She's also walked 16 times. She has only been struck out 3 times all season. And she continues to fight here. But the quintessential table setter, I mean, she's got an on-base percentage of over 500. So half of the time she comes to the plate, she is getting on first base or better. Plenty of good speed, too. Corner's playing her in, expecting she might try to slap it. Instead, she will take it to center field, and an awkward play is made by Steele, who I think got grabbed by the turf monster out there, but was able to recover just in time and makes the catch for out number 1. With that, let's go ahead and take you around the horn here and take a look at the defense for Emporia. It's Heffron behind the plate, Howe at first, Aguilar at second, Williams at short, and Alteris at third. Your outfield from left to right will consist of Sewell, Steele, and Schlesner. Charlotte Gordon next to grab a bat here for the Lady Mustangs. First pitch to her. Good-looking pitch in there for a called strike. Let's also meet our starting umpiring crew today as James Emmett is behind the dish calling balls and strikes. It's Chuck Wolf over at first and David Giffers at third. It's one of the great features of a regional tournament. You get that third umpire. I feel like so often a lot of the confusion and maybe calls that frustrate people are just a result of the standard 2 umpire setup. But here in the postseason, we've got all 3 on hand here in Salina as this ball is fouled down the third base line. And Coach Waldron making a play. Doesn't even need a glove. Just the second batter of the day, but we've already seen a lot of deep early counts. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here comes another, and this time the battle is won by Barrett, who will get Charlotte Gordon swinging over the top to bring up Val Van Zant. Van Zant has been a one-woman wrecking crew this season. In addition to the good work she's done in the circle, she is also one of the team's best bats. The senior batting .430, slugging .532. 34 hits, good enough for the second best mark on the team, and some good extra base pop and speed as well. 26 RBI, 2 doubles, 3 triples on the year. She will lace one back through the middle. That gets through. And it's a 2-out knock for Val Van Zant to get something started here for Central, who will set up shop with Ellie Rykoff coming to the plate. Rykoff, a junior, 24 hits for her this season, has also been good at driving in runs in bunches. Central has had a bit of an up-and-down season, but when all's said and done, 19-7, a very strong campaign for them. And it's another ball taken into shallow center field. It's picked up by Steele. Van Zant never stopped running. She's going to be aboard at third, and a slow roller will allow Ellie Rykoff to take second. So rule that a hustle double for Rykoff, and it's 2 runners in scoring position now with 2 away for Harper Turpin. Excellent opportunity here for the Lady Mustangs to strike first in this game. First pitch in for a called strike. Turpin, only a sophomore. She has put up good numbers as well. She is also the team's 3rd leader with 20 RBIs. She's looking to add to that total here. Big swing and a miss at the 0-1. Power has not really been the game of the Lady Mustangs this season. Again, they only have 1 home run as a team. But in case you're curious, yes, it does belong to Harper Turpin, who certainly looked like she was swinging for the fences on that last pitch. Fell behind 0-2. Battles back to make the count 1-2. Back in the circle, ready to go here is Barrett. Her pitch is on the way. That'll miss up and away. And the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. If they can get to her, Peyton Burnt is in the on-deck circle. She would love an at-bat here in a big regional game. The 2-2 fouled away. And this is, I would argue, the biggest positive early sign for Salina Central because, again, on these 2-strike counts, they have just been fighting and fighting. Of course, Gordon did strike out earlier. Here comes another 2-2. Well, and here's another as Harper Turpin cuts underneath, and that will wrap up the first inning. We are still scoreless as we go to inning number 2. You are watching coverage of the 5A Regional Tournament presented here by First Bank Kansas.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
From raw honey to wax melts to beekeeping tools, boxes, and frames, AJ Honey Farms has it all and more. Be sure to check out their salves. Salves is a powerful blend of nature's best ingredients. Beeswax, crafted with care to soothe and nourish your dry skin, minor cuts, and burns. And for dry lips, try out their Happy Bee Balm. Treat yourself to their locally produced honey items or get a beautifully packaged gift set for a loved one. Stop in to see AJ Honey Farms at 901 North 9th Street. More than just a honey store.
Back at the ballpark here in Salina, Tyler Henry alongside you. Nicholas Fierro handling all of our camera and production duties today in an empty first inning for both teams. As Emporia got an infield single and a walk, they had 2 aboard. Central also had 2 aboard, but neither team could bring anybody in to score. So we go to the second inning, still knotted up at zeros on the board. And, well, Schlesner wanted to swing and wanted to bunt and kind of did both, but was unable to connect. She will stand back in at the ready here with an 0-1 count. I think more than anything they're trying to maybe ambush Central as she does not score a bunt on the second attempt here. Corners are pulled in, expecting that she might try to lay something down. The 1-1. That is hit on the ground. A third picked up by Van Zant. Easy work. And it's one away quickly here in the second for Isabel Ulteras. So Ulteras at the plate. She will try to restart things here for Emporia. As the Lady Spartans are ready to go. Pitch on the way, and it's a pitch that is cut on and missed high and outside. Control has been arguably the biggest strength of Sophia Johnson. I know we talked about it the last time we were here, but there are so many freshmen that overthrow, that try too hard to paint their spots, that are too worried about trying to rack up maybe high strikeout counts or something like that. But that is not the case with Johnson, who kind of just buckles down and throws. Good about pounding the zone, trusts her defense, and her defense will be called upon here, although it's an awkward glove flip and a good recovery there by Harper Turpin, who almost botched the play but is able to salvage that just in time. And that will turn things over to Michaela Arrington. Couple of quick ground outs here near the top of the inning. Arrington, the DP, will take this quickly. First pitch swinging to short, picked up by Gordon. And it's 3 straight strikeouts or ground outs on the infield to wrap up the top of the second. We will step away. When we come back, it's more regional softball coverage here from Salina, courtesy of the good folks at First Bank, Kansas.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of 2 types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation. If you suffer from chronic pain, ask your primary care physician for a referral to the Salina Pain Clinic. Our pain specialists will discuss the right options to manage your pain. Online at salinapainclinic.org.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hey Salina, come see us at the Kelly Kitchener Agency near the intersection of Cloud and Ohio. We want to be your Salina, Kansas insurance agent.
To the home half of the second we go. Coverage of all 3 games, hopefully today, are presented by the good folks at First Bank, Kansas. Count goes to 1-0. Again, in case you're joining us a little bit late here, our plan, we will for sure be covering the first 2 games today, as here it's Salina Central taking on Emporia. Coming up about 25 minutes after the conclusion of this one, Salina South will battle Newton. And if either Salina team advances, we will be covering the regional championship game. That seems like a likelihood that at least one or hopefully both of these teams potentially could find their way through. The count here is 2-1. It's Peyton Burns, Sophia Johnson, and Bailey Bruce to lead off the second for the Lady Mustangs, who stranded 2 in scoring position back in the first. This ball is going to hang up long enough for Howe to make the catch, and it's quickly 1 away here in the second. So with Sophia Johnson coming to the plate, she'll get a little extra tip there from Burnt, who had something to let her know about on the way through, probably about Barrett in the circle. But you go back and look at those games between Newton and Central earlier this season. Central got the win 10-4. They then fell 5-4 in game number 2. It's the lower scoring games that seem to have gotten Central in a little bit of trouble this year. They're no stranger to playing in high-scoring contests. They've been explosive this season. They have a run differential of plus 151 on the year. And a couple of big outbursts. They scored 13 and 16 against Topeka West, 15 in a pair of games against Dodge City, 16 in a pair of games against Junction City, 15 against Clay Center. So they've had some really good high-scoring outputs. And for the most part, they've done a good job of keeping the runs off the board as well. Pitching has had a lot to do with that. Sophia Johnson and Val Van Zandt have been a heck of a 1-2 punch as a high swinging strike 3 on the rise ball. That is the third K of the day for Barrett. And it's 2 away for Bailey Bruce. You also have to feel just a little bit like Central might have had a run on the board if they were able to get their hits a bit earlier in the inning, but unfortunately, they got their first hit with 2 away. And it kind of went downhill from there, as by the time they got things to Harper Turpin, there were already 2 outs. 1-0 the count, pitch on the way. That taken back up the middle, and here they go again. Salina Central. It's a 2-out single, this time for Bailey Bruce. And the Lady Mustangs once again knocking on the door with Jolie Guyett at the plate. Guyett, another freshman. This is a young Central team. They do have veterans, but when you look at the players that have produced for this team this season, Valerie Van Zandt is the only senior in the group. First pitch taken up in the air, drifting, though, into that Bermuda Triangle. It's another awkward catch for Schlesner, but she gets the job done, and that will end the second inning. We are still knotted up at 0s on the board as we go to inning number 3. Coverage today is presented by First Bank Kansas.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
To the third inning we go. It'll be 9-1-2 here for Emporia as Chloe Steele, Molly Williams, and Ryan Howe are your 3 to lead it off for the Lady Spartans. Still scoreless here. Pitching has certainly looked good on both sides. And, boy, for Emporia, they came up to bat in the second. It was just 3 quick groundouts, and they were really trying to jump on the early pitches from Sophia Johnson. You wonder if maybe the scout is that she throws a lot of early strikes, which certainly does ring true, but at the same time, you want to at least stick around long enough to try and pick out your pitch. Johnson, again, does not make many waste pitches, and boy, there you go, off-speed high. And the count goes to 0-2. Chloe Steele going to have to shorten up on the bat just a little bit. Johnson's 0-2 pitch. Good looking offering on the outside. A tough layoff there for Chloe Steele. Didn't have a chance to go through it, but this Emporia team is led by head coach Tommy McClure. As this ball is lifted out into shallow right field, it's easy work for Bailey Bruce, and it's 1 away for Molly Williams. Meanwhile, Salina Central is led by head coach Alyssa Waldron. And a good coaching battle here, as well as a battle between the players on the field here in Salina. Also could not have asked for a better day for some high school softball. There is plenty of wind, but aside from that, it is a beauty. 66 degrees, nice and cool, plenty of sunshine, not a cloud in the sky. And playing here on the all-turf surface, turf infield, turf outfield, 215 feet to straightaway center, 200 down the corners. That's a look at your field and weather conditions presented by Landscape Consultants. This is a bit of a deeper ballpark than what you see around the high school world, depending on what level you're talking about, partially because it was designed with a college in mind as well, as the throw to first is in time, and Johnson will take a moment and quickly retire Molly Williams. But, of course, Kansas Wesleyan plays in this ballpark as well. And the Coyotes have hit many a ball over the fence, but boy, it hasn't seemed to phase South much, as the Lady Cougars this season in their own home ballpark have 17 home runs. 11 of those belong to Peyton Fritz, several of which have found their way onto the street. Here it's Ryan Howe trying to get something started with 2 away for Emporia. Good crowd on hand here on a Tuesday afternoon. Again, we will be here all afternoon long into the evening, as we've got 3 exciting games for you on the Salina Post Sports Network. 2 away. Johnson looking for another putout. Here comes the 0-2. It's a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Ryan Howe quickly down on strikes, and we go to the home half of inning number 3. When we return, coverage of this 5A regional is presented by First Bank Kansas.
Sage is your go-to source for industrial strength cleaning products, ice melt, floor equipment, paper, asphalt, and just about everything in between. Whether you're a maintenance supervisor, a small business, or just wanting your home to look amazing, stop by 732 North 9th Street in Salina, where we will be happy to assist you. You can also visit us at sageselects.com or call us at 309-1919. Sage Products, the right call every time.
Your next visit to the doctor for an upcoming procedure or surgery should start with a conversation about Salina Surgical Hospital. Hi, this is Geraldine Diedrich, and we are truly committed to fostering your health and well-being. From outpatient procedures to inpatient stays, you will feel the difference in our excellent care and compassion. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure at Salina Surgical Hospital. Your surgical experience is our specialty. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local, community-involved physicians.
We head to the home half of inning number 3. Top of the order due up here. Katie Wagner, Charlotte Gordon, and Val Van Zant. Coverage of this game as part of our Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week series is presented by First Bank Kansas. First pitch here in for a called strike. Want to also say a special thank you to a few of our other sponsors, including Kelly Kitchener at Shelter Insurance, Sage Products, Messenger Total Promotions, and Salina Pain Clinic. Another inning of work here for Barrett as a bunt is laid down. Barrett picks it up, trying to slide in head first is Katie Wagner, but she's not there in time. And that'll be the first out of the inning as Charlotte Gordon comes to the plate. And it's in times like these that I really wish I had a color analyst to bounce a few things off of, because that is one of the more hotly contended things in baseball and softball. Do you save time or lose time by trying to dive into the bag at first base? Back when ESPN still did sports science, and now I'm really dating myself, they used to do a segment on things like that. You actually lose time by trying to dive in or slide feet first or head first into the first base bag, as this ball is fouled away down the first base line. But instinctively, it feels better because you feel like you're propelling yourself forward. But you shift from your feet hitting the bag first to your hand hitting the bag first, and ultimately, more often than not, you're going to lose time on that prospect. Either way, the out would have been recorded. Wagner is quick, but not that quick. And it's another inside-out swing as this is fouled down the line. The count goes to 1-2. Let's quickly check in on our Bennington State Bank scoreboard. We do have a couple of scores from earlier this week and a few from last week. As on Friday, the Sacred Heart baseball team right here in Salina defeated Republic County by a final score of 15-0 in their quarterfinal. And if you're listening to this and you happen to be a fan of Sacred Heart, we will have coverage of their games tomorrow from the TMP Regional as they play in the semifinals, and if they can defeat Ellis in the championship game as well. This ball hit on a line out to center, and it's over the glove of Steele, who just misplayed it. That's going to roll to the fence. Charlotte Gordon digs for third. She is in. No, she never stopped running. The throw home. She will now turn around. They would have had her dead to rights by half a mile, but Charlotte Gordon is in with a stand-up triple. And for the first time all game, a runner is aboard for Central with fewer than 2 outs. Steele's first step was in, and that is rule number 1 for an outfielder. Your first step is always back. Just misplayed it, and now a great chance for the Lady Mustangs to take the first run of the day. Val Van Zant could be the one to do it. I would argue if you're Central, this is who you want at the plate in any situation where you have a chance to drive in some runs. 0-1 the count. Pitch on the way to Van Zant. And one last feature of this ballpark that we haven't really had a chance to talk about, but the backstop here is padded. So the ball does deaden off of that a little bit. If it gets by the catcher cleanly, it's not just going to bounce back to the plate. So we see players come in and score on those all the time. Well, that's one way to get a player to come in and score, as Valerie Van Zant will drive in Charlotte Gordon. It's an RBI single, and the Lady Mustangs break the deadlock as they lead it 1-0. That's great bat work for Van Zant. Didn't try to do too much with it, just stuck the bat out and put it right up the middle. That brings Ellie Rykoff to the plate. Rykoff's already got a double today and would not be surprised if she's thinking about maybe another extra base hit, or at the very least just keeping the line moving and getting things over to Harper Turpin. Next pitch in the dirt. You see Van Zant dancing around off the bag. And you know, if there's an opportunity, she will try to find a way to come in and make something happen. And it looks like we've got a little shoe maintenance going on here as Ellie Rykoff blew a tire. If you blow a tire, head to Commercial Tire Center, a proud sponsor of our game of the week all season long. The 2-0 is lifted high and deep to left center field. It takes a hop off the fence. It's picked up by Sewell. They will wave the runner. Here comes Van Zant, and she is in without a throw. Ellie Rykoff with back-to-back doubles to start her day, and this one puts the Lady Mustangs up 2-0 here in the third. That is good work. Again, Rykoff turned on a pitch. It was a little bit inside, right where she likes it, in the wheelhouse. And she made him pay. Meeting now in the circle is now you've got Emporia wanting to talk it over and try to make sure that this does not turn into something bigger. Going back to our Bennington State Bank scoreboard for just a moment. Again, it was Sacred Heart with a 15-0 win over Republic County on Friday. Southeast of Saline fell 8-4 to Riley County. And then on Monday, yesterday, Minneapolis softball picked up 2 big wins, 15-0 over Plainville, 13-3 over Smoky Valley. They advanced to the championship round. They will play Beloit tomorrow at 6 p.m. Elsewhere in the world of high school softball from our area, as a big swing and a miss by Harper Turpin will put her down 0-1. Bennington defeated Little River 7-2 in the quarterfinals. Sacred Heart knocked off Sylvan Lucas, also 7-2 in the quarterfinals. Ellsworth softball dropped their game 7-5 to Lions, and El Saline fell to Inman 15-0. Those are all your quarterfinal scores from yesterday. We'll keep you up to date on more high school baseball and softball from our area, as there are a slew of games today. Of course, Southeast of Saline is playing their regional at home. They'll have a pair of contests today. Abilene baseball is in action just a little ways up the road. Actually, a little ways down the road. They take on Pratt today. Softball's reloaded for James Emmett behind the plate. And we are ready to go here with an 0-2 count. Central thinking about more. Only one down in the inning. Harper Turpin at the plate. Outside pitch. Picked up with ease by Heffron. Not much has gotten by Heffron today. That's a big part of why the score is still where it's at. As Central, we know the kind of havoc that they can cause on the base paths. This one is going to stay on the infield. Tracking over, making the catch is Howe. And it's 2 away here in the third. Peyton Burnt will be the next to grab a bat here for the Lady Mustangs. Again, already 2 across. Burnt popped up to first, her first time up. Here she will foul this back to the screen. Count is 0-1. Barrett trying to get out of this with no more damage done. Ultimately, if she can get out of this inning with just the 2 runs given up, that's a small victory for Emporia. This ball taken up the hole. That's going to get through. They will wave the runner around. Sewell's throw to the plate is not in time. Moving up to second as that throw gets away. And I think thinking better of it there is Peyton Burnt. So it's Burnt in at second. Probably have to rule that one a single. But either way, she is in scoring position, and the line keeps moving for the Lady Mustangs, who lead the way 3-0. It might not be done yet. Sophia Johnson is next up, the freshman trying to earn herself a little extra run support. First pitch to her will miss, and the count starts off at 1-0. It's always fun to see the pitchers go at it against each other because you just have a different mentality at the plate when you think the way a pitcher does. That one in for a called strike. Becomes a little bit more of a chess match in many regards. Another pitch outside. Johnson takes. Count goes to 2-1, and she's found herself ahead right where she wants to be. 2 balls, 1 strike. Another pitch to Johnson, a good one. And she just missed it a little behind that time as she fouls it away to bring the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bailey Bruce, who hit the 2-out single back in the second inning, is in the on-deck circle. Central trying to make sure that they get her bat back up here in this inning. For Johnson, just trying to get aboard. Don't have to do too much with this next pitch, but just trying to keep the inning alive and keep it going here for the Lady Mustangs. The 2-2. Just outside. Good pitch there for Barrett, but it was off the plate. And the count is full. Central already 4 runs across here in this inning. Here comes the payoff pitch. And it's outside, ball 4, 2 aboard here for Bailey Bruce. Bruce, this season, a sophomore like almost everyone else on the team, is batting north of 300. Most bats in this lineup have been fantastic this season. First pitch to her, outside, called strike. It's just going to catch that corner, and the count starts at 0-1. Bruce, again, that single back in the second inning. Takes high and away. That one a little further off the plate. The count goes even at a ball and a strike. One thing you do have to love about these 4 through 6A regionals, it all takes place on one day. You know, you got 4 teams entering, 1 team leaves. And elsewhere on this side of the brackets in the West, you've got Mays South as the 1 seed taking on Goddard. Valley Center will play Cape and Mount Carmel. The winners advance. Big swing and a miss, and that will end the inning as Bailey Bruce is down on strikes, but not before Salina Central tacks on the first 3 runs of the day. They take a 3-0 lead as we go to the 4th here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage today is presented by First Bank Kansas.
Your next visit to the doctor for an upcoming procedure or surgery should start with a conversation about Salina Surgical Hospital. Hi, this is Geraldine Diedrich, and we are truly committed to fostering your health and well-being. From outpatient procedures to inpatient stays, you will feel the difference in our excellent care and compassion. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure at Salina Surgical Hospital. Your surgical experience is our specialty. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local, community-involved physicians.
I'm Ryan Arms, your mortgage loan originator at Equity Bank here in Salina, Kansas. I'm a lifelong Salina resident here to tell you our bank can offer you mortgage and refinance options with terms designed for you. Why leave our community when you can choose the bank that never forgets it's your money? With 2 locations in town on Ohio Street and Santa Fe Avenue, there's no better time to apply online, in person, or over the phone. Learn more at equitybank.com, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Back at the ballpark here on the campus of Salina South High School. Coverage today presented by First Bank Kansas, and the Lady Mustangs take a 3-0 lead. Now it falls to Sophia Johnson to try and defend it. So far, so good. Johnson allowed a single and a walk back in the first inning. Since then, she has faced 6, and she has set 6 down. 1-0 pitch on the way. That'll be outside, and Johnson's first 2 pitches here will miss outside the zone. Barrett reached on the walk her first time up. 2-0 to her. Fouled back to the screen. Count goes to 2-1. And neither pitcher has had a ton of success against the other here early today. Each pitcher has walked the other. 2-1. Big swing and a miss. That pitch falls off the table. And the count even at 2-2 here to Olivia Barrett. Johnson has not been overpowering from a strikeout perspective, but that is called strike 3, and all Barrett can do is watch it go by. So it's the 3rd strikeout of the day. Here comes the first batter that Johnson got in Atlin Heffron, and 2 of the 3 strikeouts have been of the looking variety. That tells you a little something about the stuff of Sophia Johnson here today, as we've got a swing and a miss, and some of the silliest swings have come from Atlin Heffron, one of the best bats for Emporia. But she has gotten herself behind a few times already. Here comes the 0-1. Little nubber back to the pitcher, picked up by Johnson, flips to first, and it's quickly 2 gone here in the 4th. So Marley Sewell will try to get something going here. Emporia looking for a little 2-out rally. They are ready to go. This ball fouled back to the screen. Olivia Barrett has done some really unique things for this team. We'll talk more about some of what she has managed to accomplish this season when she's back out in the circle. Here's one taken into right. That's a fair ball down the line, picked up by Bruce, who played it well. That'll keep Marley Sewell at first base. But it's another 2-out knock. And here comes Bailey Schlesner with 2 away. Of course, Tommy McClure is in his 2nd season leading this Emporia team. He was at Liberal before coming here. Now leading this Spartan program, looking for an upset. They're going to need a few runs to get there. As falling behind in the count is Bailey Schlesner. Schlesner was part of the 3 consecutive groundouts on the infield in the 2nd inning. Oh-1 cuts through a pitch way upstairs. Maybe expecting that one to drop a little bit. It did not. And the count goes to 0-2. Johnson, 1 strikeout an inning on this pace. Looking for 1 more. Here comes her 1-2 pitch. That's high and away. This time leaving it there is Schlesner. One and 2, pitch on the way. Goes from high and outside to low and inside, and the count is even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Johnson settling in here. Sewell aboard at first. 3-0 lead for the Lady Mustangs. Strike 3. Got her again. Bailey Schlesner down on strikes. Another clean inning for Sophia Johnson. And we go to the home half of the fourth, halfway home. Emporia trails 3-0 here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage today presented by First Bank Kansas.
Close your eyes. Now, imagine yourself cheering from the bleachers at Salina South. Feel the pride of donning the colors of Salina Central. Picture the spirit of being part of the Sacred Heart community, or the camaraderie at southeast of Saline. Envision the thrill of supporting El Saline or Bennington. Visualize the unity in rallying for Minneapolis High. Now, open your eyes and see yourself in team apparel from Messenger Total Promotions. Visit them in person in downtown Salina.
Are you ready to make a meaningful impact? Join the professional healthcare team at Salina Regional Health Center. They're seeking nurse assistants who are eager to provide exceptional care to our community. Their growing organization offers competitive pay, comprehensive benefits, and tuition reimbursement. If you're ready to join a team that values compassion, teamwork, and outstanding patient care, apply now at srhc.com or reach out to Human Resources. Great careers start here. Salina Regional Health Center. They take care of you so you can care for others.
Back at the ballpark, it'll be the 9-1 and 2-hole hitters due up to lead off the inning. And Jolie Guyett swings at the first pitch that she sees, drives it to the center field fence. She is digging around second. She wants to get to third, and she will. It's another stand-up triple for the Salina Central Lady Mustangs, and Jolie Guyett was flying around second base. The only thing that almost stopped her was umpire Chuck Wolf, who just about got in the way, but she was able to duck and dodge and dive out of the way there, and it turns it over to Katie Wagner. Wagner so far today is 0 for 2, and will pull the first one down the line, and Coach Waldron, another barehanded stop. That one a little bit tougher. Central got all 3 of their runs back in the third inning. They're thinking about more in the way of support here as this misses low and inside. It's another good stop for Heffron, and Heffron's efforts behind the dish need to be commended because, again, there are several pitches that I thought for sure were going to find their way past her, and she has just not allowed it. This ball is hit over into the gap, and they're going to go ahead and send the runner, and there's not even a throw. Oh, my goodness. That is the most shallow sacrifice fly you will see today. It's the rare SF4, but it succeeds in getting the speedy Jolie Guyett home from third on a play that took Aguilar out and her momentum carrying her away from a throw to the plate. So 1 away, 1 across, a 4-0 lead for the Lady Mustangs, and here comes Charlotte Gordon. Gordon already has 1 triple today. She will rope that one into the gap. It is going to roll to the fence. And it's another big hit for Charlotte Gordon, who's got a double and a triple today. That one ate up Sewell, but I'm pretty sure even if she fielded it cleanly, Gordon was going to be in at second with a double. And here comes Val Van Zant. Van Zant is 2 for 2 with 2 singles today, including an RBI and a run scored. And she will chop the first pitch that she sees to short. Play is made. She will succeed in moving Gordon up 60 feet. And it's the first out recorded by Val Van Zant today. And here comes Ellie Rykoff. Rykoff this season, 17 RBI. She had 7 doubles coming into today's game. She has hit 2 doubles in her 2 plate appearances so far, and she'll take up and in for ball 1. It's been just an extra base hit kind of day for Salina Central, as most of their hits have put somebody in scoring position automatically. Holding on is Heffron behind the plate. Count goes even at 1-1. 2 doubles for Rykoff, a triple for Gordon, a triple for Guyett. A couple of singles sprinkled in for good measure, as that one just misses outside, and the count is 2-1 here to Rykoff. Rykoff has also driven a run in today. She was one that had an RBI back in the third. And she's going to have another here in the fourth as Rykhoff turns the corner. Boy, it was picked up slowly by Steele. The outfielders have had a tough time at fielding the simple stuff today. And another RBI double here for Ellie Rykhoff. That is 3 doubles to start the day for Rykhoff. A ridiculous start to a game like this. And her team now leads the way 5-0. Harper Turpin is at the plate. In case you're wondering, will we see Emporia go to the bullpen? The answer is no, as they do not have a bullpen. They have used just one pitcher this year. It's Olivia Barrett. You're looking at her. She's the only pitcher on the team to toss this year. She has started all 26 games, surpassed 100 strikeouts on the season. She has over 200 career strikeouts. And here, almost turning on that, is Harper Turpin. Turpin and Wagner, the only two in the order who have not reached base yet, as Central has started to crack Barrett's code here in the 4th inning. That one, an excellent pitch, though, will be enough to record the strikeout and wrap up the inning as Turpin goes down swinging, and that'll bring us to the 5th inning of play. But 2 more runs for Central, make it a 5-0 lead here for the Lady Mustangs on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage today is presented by First Bank Kansas.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
First pitch swinging and a 1-pitch out as Isabel Olteris will ground out here to Gordon. It'll be the bottom third of the order. Olteris, Arrington, and Steele to lead it off for Emporia. Just a reminder that Long MacArthur is a proud partner of Nyjah Kennedy, the 2025 College Softball Pitcher and Player of the Year. They have supported Nyjah throughout her entire rise to the top as she inspires the next generation of female athletes. Shop for your next vehicle where Nyjah shops at Long MacArthur Ford in Salina, Kansas. Right now, you can take advantage of better than employee pricing on hundreds of new vehicles or online at longmacarthur.com. Next pitch here, that time straightening out the swing, and that is just foul. Boy, Michaela Arrington did not miss a double, maybe even a triple by much, but instead she is behind 0-2. Johnson's looked very comfortable. I think that's the best word to describe her performance so far today, as she has just settled in and done what she's needed to do. Maybe held on to that one for an extra half second. Arrington, today's DP, batting in place of Aguilar, the second baseman. And another strikeout, make it 5 in as many innings for Sophia Johnson, who just continues to cut through this lineup. And Chloe Steele, who flew out to right, will grab a bat here for the second time today. Emporia is not down by all that much. A 5-run deficit doesn't feel like a lot, but the way they've been hitting, or maybe the way they haven't been hitting today, probably feels like more than 5. Just 2 hits for the Lady Spartans. They've only had 3 base runners if you add in the 1 walk from Johnson. Squaring to bunt, pulling it back, and taking a ball. The count goes to 2-0 on Chloe Steele, the center fielder. Johnson once again will consult the wristlet. Brings home the pitch. Used to be you had to memorize all that stuff, and now it's all conveniently located on your glove hand. The 3-0 is in there for a strike, and the count goes to 3-1 here on Steele. Steele trying to get something started with the top of the order looming, but even if she gets on base, there are 2 away. That's going to be something, though. It's the 4th base runner of the game for Emporia, and it comes here on a walk of the 9-hole hitter. That will bring up Molly Williams. Williams led off the game with an infield single and a stolen base. We've already seen her speed on full display today. First pitch to her is fouled back to the backstop. In case you're joining us a little bit later, or you weren't with us earlier, we plan to bring you coverage of all 3 games here from the Salina South Regional in Class 5A. Coming up next, about 25 minutes after the conclusion of this one, for sure, we will bring you coverage of Salina South's battle with Newton. And if either Salina school, or ideally potentially both Salina schools, make it to the regional championship game, we will have coverage of that as well. All 3 games are presented by the Bennington State Bank. 0-2 the count here on Molly Williams. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss. And Sophia Johnson's reign of terror continues as she has got 6 strikeouts, and it's another clean inning of work for the Lady Mustangs. They lead it 5-0 as we go to inning number 6. Coverage is presented today by the good folks at First Bank, Kansas.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is.
Welcome back at the ballpark. Tyler Henry alongside you, and a first pitch hit by pitch as Peyton Burnt will take her base. So a good start for Central, who's got the leadoff runner aboard, and here comes Sophia Johnson. And I'm getting flashbacks to yesterday. We covered a first-round matchup between Plainville and Minneapolis. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Plainville hit 7 of the first 9 batters. They hit 11 of the first 13 batters of the game. This ball chopped up the middle, double play depth. It's picked up by Williams, who goes the short way, and they will take the fielder's choice. So it's 1 away now for Bailey Bruce. Yeah, Minneapolis scored their first 11 runs in that game on the strength of 2 hits. They were hit by 12 pitches, their first 14 at-bats. Here it's Bailey Bruce, who's got a single and a strikeout, and she's going to have another hit as she will drive this into the gap. Runner turns. She will head for third. There will be a throw. It's not in time. And Bailey Bruce has another single. She will hustle her way to second base as well. Sophia Johnson rounds the corner. She is at third, and here comes Jolie Guyot. Guyot has a triple and a run scored, as she got the job done back in the 4th inning. Right now, 1 away in the inning, and a great chance for the Lady Mustangs to add to their total. First pitch on the way, low and inside, ball 1. Everybody in the lineup has produced today for the most part. As 1 through 9, we've seen Central put it together again. Nothing overpowering, just good, solid hitting, finding gaps, finding holes, and doing what they've needed to do. 2-0 the count. They've also gotten a little bit better each time through the lineup as they've continued to face the only pitcher that has been used this year. This ball popped up. This one is probably deep enough for the sacrifice fly, and it will be. Sophia Johnson comes in to score. It's an SF8 for Jolie Guyett. And Central leads 6-0. So to the top of the lineup we go. Oh, wow, no, they're going to appeal, and they say that Sophia Johnson left the bag early, and that's the end of the inning. Coach Waldron wants an explanation. Take a run off the board. It's a 5-0 lead for the Lady Mustangs as they say Johnson left the bag early. Emporia appealed, and that is the ruling. So we will step away. When we come back, we go to the 6th inning here on the Salina Post Sports Network.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
Boy, it really felt like Central had something going. Peyton Burnt was hit by the pitch. Then there was the fielder's choice, a single by Bailey Bruce, and what appeared to be a sacrifice fly for Jolie Guyett. But you got to tip your cap to Emporia. They appealed that the runner left early, and that's what home plate umpire said as well. So the count is 0-1 here on Ryan Howe. Problem for Emporia is they're down to their final 6 outs, and they have not advanced a single runner past second base today. It'll be Howe, Barrett, and Heffron. You got to feel like this is really the last chance for Emporia. And a good play by Gordon will retire Ryan Howe. Central knows they need just 4 or 5 more outs, and this game is over. Olivia Barrett comes to the plate. The reason I emphasize the importance of this inning is you've got 2, 3, and 4 batting. Next inning, you're going to have 5, 6, 7. The further down this lineup you get, the less pop there is in the bat, especially when you're down by 5. There have been 4 base runners today for Emporia. 3 of them have come from the top 5 in the order. The bottom 4 so far today collectively are 0 for 7. Chloe Steele did reach on a walk. That's the only batter at the bottom half of the lineup who has reached base safely so far today. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Looks good. They'll call it outside. Count goes to 3-0. Like I said, Barrett and Johnson, the 2 pitchers, have struggled against each other today. And the 3-0, ooh, it's a called strike. You saw Barrett was already on her way down to first. So far, Barrett has a walk and a strikeout. The 3-1 pitch is ball 4, and Barrett will take her base. So 5 base runners today for Emporia. 2 hits, 3 walks. Barrett's walked twice. And they've got the cleanup hitter, Atlin Heffron, up to try to make something happen here. First pitch to Heffron, slow roller to third, picked up there. Gordon tried to go to second. It's going to be picked up by the center fielder, Wagner. And everyone holds up. That is a clear error, but I got to say, that is a tough decision by Gordon or Van Zandt, whoever picked it up there, because, I mean, you go to first, you get the out there. You're up by 5. It's not that important to try to cut down the lead runner. And just kind of hung out Guyett to dry. So rule that an E6. And it's runners at first and second. This one drifting. It is off the glove of Turpin. Well, that would have been one heck of a catch, but Turpin couldn't hang on. Owen won the count to Marley Sewell. She has one of the only 2 hits today both singles, one an infield single. And she will chop this to third, tagging the bag for the first out, and making the right call is Val Van Zant. Well, not making the right call because that's a foul ball. Johnson will settle back in here. Pitch to Sewell is fouled off. So the count stays at 0-2. Johnson hasn't had a strikeout yet in this inning, trying to keep her pace up here. She would need one before the end, and that one well outside, easy enough to lay off of for Marley Sewell. One ball, two strikes. Sewell 1 for 2. And there is strike three, as I don't think they had to check that down to first base. You can't try the drop third strike if there's somebody there. So Sewell is out. That's the 7th strikeout of the day for Sophia Johnson. And Emporia find themselves down to their final 4 outs with Bailey Schlesner at the plate. If Emporia is going to pull this off, someone is going to have to step up. This is not going to help, as that is an easy play for Gordon. No, they're going to say it pulled Turpin off the bag. Wow. I'll tell you what, I mean, from up here, it looked like Turpin lifted their heel, but it didn't look like she came all the way off the bag. So rule that. I mean, there's nothing else to rule it as. It's an E6 again. And all of a sudden, the bases are loaded for Isabel Ulteris. Ulteris at the plate. 2 away in the inning. Johnson needs just one more out. And her first pitch is fouled away. Count starts off at 0-1. A 1 pitch on its way. Back off Johnson. Picks it up. Wants to go to first. And she got her. A huge out recorded by Sophia Johnson. Emporia gets the bases loaded, but they strand the bases loaded. And we go to the home half of the 6th at Central, looking for a little more run support. When we come back, coverage of today's games are presented by the good folks at First Bank, Kansas.
Long MacArthur is a proud partner of Nija Kennedy, the 2025 College Softball Pitcher and Player of the Year. We have supported Nija throughout her rise to the top as she inspires the next generation of female athletes. Shop for your next vehicle where Nija shops, at Long MacArthur Ford in Salina, Kansas. Right now, you can take advantage of better than employee pricing on hundreds of new vehicles. Online at longmacarthur.com.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
Top of the lineup to lead things off for the Lady Mustangs as we go to the 6th. They've got a 5-0 lead and are looking to add even more with Katie Wagner, Charlotte Gordon, and Val Van Zant due up. If Central holds on for the win, they will play again in the 3rd game today, and we will have coverage of it later this afternoon, maybe even early this evening, depending on how long the 2nd game goes. Thanks to First Bank Kansas, we'll be bringing you coverage of all 3 games as that ball is taken to second, and not even close. My goodness. Katie Wagner can run. That was a pretty textbook play. By the time Williams turned to throw it, Wagner had already hit the safety bag. And that is an infield single. It puts a runner aboard, and it brings Charlotte Gordon to the plate. Charlotte Gordon has the hardest parts of the cycle today. She's got a double, a triple, and 2 runs scored. And she will a little swinging punt here as Wagner was around second. You know if that ball was fair, she was going to try to take third. I need Katie Wagner to get on the base paths more often just because she is so fast. See if she gets a chance to advance here as Gordon digs back in. Here comes another pitch. She tries to, I'm going to call that a bunt. Count goes to 0-2. It was kind of halfway between a slap hit and a bunt as she was coming forward and just kind of tomahawk chopped it down the line. She'll have to swing away here, though. And we'll also have to get protective with an 0-2 count. At the ready here, Barrett trying to keep the slate clean. Another foul ball will keep it at 0-2. Gordon again, a strikeout, a double, and a triple today. And add another hit to the tally as that is into left field. Gordon is a home run away from the cycle. And it's back-to-back singles to start the inning here for the Lady Mustangs. 5-0 lead, Val Van Zant at the plate, 2 for 3, a single, an RBI, a run scored, and a ground out so far today. Van Zant digs back in, facing Barrett for the 4th time. First pitch from Barrett. Ooh, shot down the line, and Ellie Reitkoff had to dive out of the way. See, Gordon's got the sample platter today, a single, a double, and a triple. Reitkoff is just taking a steady diet of doubles. 3 doubles for her today. They'd love to get her back up for another at-bat, as every time she has stepped into the box, it's been extra bases. And Van Zant yanks another one foul. She has got a really open stance. She crowds the plate, and it's tough to get around on a pitch inside. I think Barrett understands that. She's been pitching her inside this entire at-bat. Where you really don't want to miss is at the letters up and out. 0-2, high and away, and the count will go to 1-2. Good patient take there by Van Zant. Again, Van Zant on the year, 34 hits, 26 RBI. 23 runs scored. She has only been struck out 3 times. And she laces one into the corner in right center field. That's going to roll all the way to the fence. 1 run comes in to score. They're going to wave Charlotte Gordon. She comes in to score. And it's a bases-clearing triple for Val Van Zant, who makes it 7-0 Salina Central. Excellent work there by the senior. And it's 2 more on the board for the Lady Mustangs. And here comes Ellie Reitkoff. Still nobody out in the inning. Reitkoff. Let's go ahead and run you through the day for Reitkoff in case you didn't catch it a moment ago. A double, and a double. 2 RBI and a run scored to add into the mix. She has been swinging a really good bat. At the end of the day, it doesn't even matter what you did in the regular season. You want to save your best performances for the postseason. Central has looked really good against Barrett, who is a solid pitcher in her own right. And they say practice makes perfect, and as the only pitcher on the team, Barrett's gotten plenty of reps to perfect her craft. 1-1 the count here to Reitkoff. See if, well, she will chop this one into right field, and for the first time all day, it's not a double for Ellie Reitkoff, but it is an RBI single, and Salina Central now leads 8-0. Harper Turpin at the plate. Turpin now represents the game-winning run if she and Reitkoff both come in. As we are looking at an 8-run lead here in the 6th. If they do get to the other side in the top of the 7th, Emporia is going to have just 1 out left to play with, and this one is not deep enough to get the job done. Schlesner looks up, makes the catch. It is only the first out of the inning, though. And that will turn things over to Peyton Burnt. Burnt, the DP, has a single and a hit by pitch. She popped up to first base back in the 2nd inning. Pitch on the way. That gets away momentarily. Holding up at first is Reitkoff. Not trying to do anything too fancy here. Sophia Johnson is in the on-deck circle. As the pitch is on the way, that looks a touch inside, but it will just scrape across the corner, and the count is 0-1. Actually, 1-1. Burnt back in the box. Here comes the pitch. This one, a flare shot, and they are going to double off Ellie Rykoff, who just kind of got caught in an unfortunate spot. And that will do it for the 6th inning. Central needs 3 more outs to wrap up a ticket to the regional championship game. We'll see if they can get them when we come back on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage today is presented by First Bank Kansas.
From raw honey to wax melts to beekeeping tools, boxes, and frames, AJ Honey Farms has it all and more. Be sure to check out their salves. Salves is a powerful blend of nature's best ingredients. Beeswax, crafted with care to soothe and nourish your dry skin, minor cuts, and burns. And for dry lips, try out their Happy Bee Balm. Treat yourself to their locally produced honey items or get a beautifully packaged gift set for a loved one. Stop in to see AJ Honey Farms at 901 North 9th Street. More than just a honey store.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hey Salina, come see us at the Kelly Kitchener Agency near the intersection of Cloud and Ohio. We want to be your Salina, Kansas insurance agent.
Michaela Arrington, Chloe Steele, and Molly Williams represent the last hope for the Emporia Lady Spartans. They are down 8-0. They have had 1 base runner today reach third base, and that was Olivia Barrett. So far, most of their base runners have come via walks and errors. They have only 2 hits in this entire game, and a lot of the credit for that belongs to Sophia Johnson. Johnson going to pick this one up herself as it's right back to her. She flips to first. It's 1 away, and the Lady Mustangs are 2 outs away from punching a ticket to the championship game later this evening. Chloe Steele does have one of the walks I mentioned a moment ago. There's a walk in the first for Barrett, a walk in the 5th for Steele. Then another walk for Barrett. The leadoff hitter will get a chance, Molly Williams, who has one of those 2 hits. But they need to make sure they get it to her without 2 outs in the inning. Another one back here. That will momentarily get under the pitcher. Guyot flips to first. Did she get her? She did. That is a heck of a play by Jolie Guyot. It's going to go down as just a 4-3 in the scorebook. But that is a tough play to make. And the Lady Spartan season is down to its final out. Molly Williams so far today. An infield single, a ground out, and a strikeout. All comes down to what she can do here at the plate. First pitch is a strike. Central wins. They advance to play the winner of Newton and Salina South. That game coming your way in about 25 minutes. As another pitch is fouled away, and the count will go to 0-2. Emporia down to their final strike. Sophia Johnson has been excellent so far today. 0-2, strike 3. Emporia eliminated. And the Lady Mustangs on to the regional championship game. We will have broadcast coverage of that coming up later tonight. But first, stick with us right here. We'll also be covering the next semifinal between 19-7 Salina South and 10-16 Newton. We will step away. It's Salina Central, an 8-0 victory over Emporia. Game 2 is next here in just about 25 minutes. You caught it right here on the Salina Post Sports Network, courtesy of the good folks at First Bank Kansas. Hello, everyone, and welcome in. If you were with us for game number 1, welcome back. It's time for the second of 2 semifinal matchups here from the Salina South Regional. As earlier this afternoon, it was the Central Lady Mustangs who picked up an 8-0 win over Emporia. Now it's Salina South who look to defend their home turf as they battle the Newton Railers. If there was one true wild card coming into this regional bracket, it was Newton. Salina South and Salina Central, the 4 and 5 seeds respectively in this bracket, both of them phenomenal this season at 19 and 7, but each with one loss on the docket to this Newton team, who has been playing spoiler despite coming into this bracket as the 13 seed at just 10 and 16 overall. Let's go ahead and meet the starting lineups for these teams, beginning with the Newton Railers. Lineups presented as always by the good folks at Billings Group. And for the Newton Lady Railers, it will be Carolyn Ricard leading things off, followed by left fielder Addison Zerger, third baseman Reagan Hirsch, and catcher Erica Kern in the cleanup spot. Batting fifth, it's your second baseman Shavi Crable, then center fielder Kinley Unruh, right fielder Gracie Newhouse, first baseman Taylor Rose, and designated player Delaney Fuller. The starting pitcher is the flex. For Newton, it will be Lillian Wharton for the Lady Railers. A swing and a miss, and a strike 3 called as Caroline Rickard is down on strikes, and that's the first K of the day for Peyton Fritz. If Fritz is in for game number 1, it seems likely she will toss game number 2 as well. Fritz is committed to play for UNLV in 2 years' time. She is only a junior coming into this one. She's making her 14th appearance of the year. All of them have been starts, and she plunks Addison Zerger, who will take her base for free here. So it's a hit by pitch, only the 6th of the season for Peyton Fritz. Let's go through the rest of the numbers as she has tossed 79 1/3 innings this year. She has an 8-4 overall record, a 3.79 ERA, a 1.7 whip, 85 strikeouts, 57 walks, and now 6 hit by pitch. First pitch in here for a called strike to Reagan Hirsch, who is rocking the sleeveless look today here for the Newton Railers. Newton comes out in their all-black jerseys, black pants, gold numerals trimmed in white. For Salina South, it's the classic home look, green pants, white pinstripe jerseys, green numerals trimmed in gold for the Lady Cougars. Let's go ahead and take you around the horn here for the Salina South defense. As another big swing and a miss, it's back-to-back, or 2 strikeouts here. Hirsch is retired by Fritz, and here comes Erica Kern. Your defense today for Salina South, it'll be Helsel behind the plate, Briley Moss over at first, Harris at second, Sadie Zizicom at short, and Macy Yost at third base. Your outfield from left to right, Brecken Webb, Mackenzie Langer, and Morgan Janasek. As we've got a passed ball, that'll allow Zerger to move up into scoring position. And with 2 away, we'll see if Newton can find a way to make anything of this. 1-0 pitch, big swing and a miss again. Fritz is dealing here early. And a little maintenance going to have to be done here, as putting the arm strap back on is Erica Kern. A reminder, thanks to the good folks at First Bank Kansas, we will be bringing you coverage of all 3 games today from this regional, including the championship game between the winner of this one and Salina Central, coming up about 25 minutes after the conclusion of this game. City of Salina is hoping that it will be a Mayor's Cup matchup with a ticket to the 5A state tournament on the line. That taking place in a week's time at the campus of Wichita State University down in Shocker Country. Here it's a 1-2 count. Peyton Fritz rocks into the windup. That ball struck well but foul, and the count will stay at 1-2. Still have a ton of teams from our area still competing in baseball and softball regional tournaments across the state of Kansas. We've got some really talented squads this year on both the baseball and softball diamonds. The 1-2 pitch, tipped foul, and the count stays 1-2. One update from our Bennington State Bank scoreboard as we continue to look through playoff games. The Abilene Cowboys defeat the Concordia Panthers 7-3 in the opening round of their state baseball tournament. Strike three, throw to first is off the runner and into right field. It is picked up. A run comes in to score. And on a dropped third strike, a run will come in. And, boy, it's tough that doesn't classify as interference because Kern, I mean, she has the right to the base path. But Helzel just knocks her in the back of the head. It pops up and finds its way into right field. And Kern is going to be one of the few players ever in the history of softball to bring in a run on a strikeout. Zerger's across. It's a 1-0 lead here for the Lady Railers of Newton. Peyton Fritz settling back in here, brings home the pitch. That'll just miss outside for a ball. Again, Fritz has done her part. She has 3 strikeouts in this inning, but it continues. She will even the count up at 1-1. Now battling Xavi Crable, the 5-hole hitter. And Crable will chop it right back to Fritz. Her throw to first is in time. And that will wrap up the first inning, or at least the top half of it, but not before an RBI strikeout, so to speak, brings across the first run of the day. It's a 1-0 lead for Newton here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage is presented by the good folks at First Bank, Kansas.
Long MacArthur is a proud partner of Nija Kennedy, the 2025 College Softball Pitcher and Player of the Year. We have supported Nija throughout her rise to the top as she inspires the next generation of female athletes. Shop for your next vehicle where Nija shops at Long MacArthur Ford in Salina, Kansas. Right now, you can take advantage of better than employee pricing on hundreds of new vehicles. Online at longmacarthur.com.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
Welcome back in here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of the Salina South Regional Tournament is presented by First Bank Kansas. It has been a great day for some high school softball. Let's check our field and weather conditions presented by Landscape Consultants. Could not have picked a better day. I mean, after all the rain and storms and everything else that came in over the last couple of days, it is 68 degrees, plenty of sunshine, not a cloud in the sky. And here on this all-turf surface on the newly rebuilt diamond at Salina South High School, it's the Lady Cougars trying to get their bats going after Newton brought in a run in the top of the first. And they're going to start just the same as what Newton did as Morgan Janasek is hit by the pitch. So Janasek and all her speed are aboard at first base, and here comes Briley Moss. Let's meet the starting lineups, or the starting lineup for the Lady Cougars, presented by Billings Group. Again, it's right fielder Morgan Janasek who stands aboard at first after she was hit by the pitch. She'll be followed by first baseman Briley Moss, who shows bunt here. We'll pull it back and take a healthy cut. Then it's center fielder Mackenzie Langer, starting pitcher Peyton Fritz in the cleanup spot, then third baseman Macy Yost, catcher Chloe Helzel, left fielder Brecken Webb, second baseman Delaney Harris, and shortstop Sadie Zizicom brings up the caboose of the lineup. As that almost, it did. It got her, and it's back-to-back hit by pitch for Salina South. And, I mean, now I really am getting flashbacks. If you weren't with us in game number 1, I told the story just yesterday. We had a chance to be down in Minneapolis as the Lady Lions took on Plainville Stockton, and Plainville hit 7 of the first 9 batters to start the game. They hit 11 of the first 12 batters, and Minneapolis scored their first, as both runners take off here, they scored their first 11 runs on 1 hit. Mackenzie Langer stands in there. Moss moves up to second. Janasek moves up to third, both on the passed ball. So it's a great chance for Mackenzie Langer to potentially bring in some runs here. Big swing, but she was trying to bring in 3 exactly. with that swing. Didn't have a chance to introduce you to her, but Lillian Wharton is the starting pitcher here for the Lady Railers of Newton. She has found herself in a bit of a pickle here early on after beating the first two batters. 0-2 to Langer. Misses high and away. Langer good to keep it right there. Mackenzie Langer on the year, a senior, batting .452, slugging an impressive .631. She's got 38 hits, does not have a home run this season, but she's driven in 21 from the 3-hole. Here comes the 1-2. That misses high and away, and the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. This Newton team had an interesting season. They beat some really good opponents. They know how to win games like this. Here comes the 2-2. That's low and inside. And all of a sudden, after an 0-2 count, the count is full. The one thing you absolutely cannot do here is walk the bases loaded to bring up Peyton Fritz. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch from Wharton. And, called strike 3 on the inner half. Mackenzie Langer is down on strikes, and here comes Fritz with 1 away and 2 aboard. Peyton Fritz, a menace to society, has been hitting the cover off softball after softball this season. She bats .565. She is slugging north of 1,000 on the year. First pitch misses low and inside. Salina South is at 17 home runs this year. 11 of them belong to Fritz. She's also driven in 44 of their 164 RBI. And she has 11 of the team's 57 doubles. First base is open, and they're going to hit her too, and the bases are loaded, all 3 on hit by pitch. Number 20. It's Freaky Friday here at Salina South, and it's Macy Yost with an opportunity to drive them in, as we are going to have a meeting in the circle. And, yeah, I don't blame head coach Brittany Nepper wants to come out and have a word with her squad. And, I mean, it's just an abnormal start for Lillian Wharton, who's been solid all year. You got to think she is the team's ace if they're pitching her in game number 1 in a win-or-go-home type of contest. We have Maria Alicia Martinez in as a pinch runner, or a courtesy runner, for Peyton Fritz. So with the bases loaded, here comes Macy Yost. Only 1 out in the inning. An excellent opportunity here for the Lady Cougars, not only to get that 1 run that they gave up back, but potentially to pay it back with interest. Yost in her sophomore season has been excellent this year. .298 hitter on the year. And it takes a big cut at the first pitch that she sees. Yost, of course, a senior. Standing in from the right side. Pitch on the way here, the 0-1. And that will find its way in for a strike as well. Brushes the inner half of the plate. 0-2, Yost behind. The one thing that doesn't help you here is a strikeout. 0-2 on the way. That looked good. Yost lays off. It's outside for a ball. One and 2 the count now. Yost looking for a pitch to drive. And it gets her. 4 consecutive hit batsmen are going to bring in the first run of the day. And without even putting the ball in play, the Lady Cougars have scored and the bases remain loaded. You can't make this stuff up, folks. Moss is at third. Fritz, or rather Alicia Martinez, is at second. And Chloe Helzel is at the plate. Pitch to Helzel. Misses high. Next pitch to Helzel is a strike. This is the 6th batter of the inning for Salina South. The Lady Cougars have not put a softball in play yet. They have the bases loaded, 1 run across, only 1 out in the inning. This is the first ball in play. It should be deep enough to score the runner as the catch is made by Zerger, and the throw in will not be enough to stop the sacrifice fly. So there you go. The Lady Cougars take their first lead of the game here in the home half of the first, and it brings up Brecken Webb with 2 away in the inning. Didn't have a chance, but let's quickly take you around the horn here for Newton. Kern is starting behind the plate. It's Rose at first, Crable at second, Rickard at short, and Hirsch at third. Your outfield from left to right, Zerger, Unruh, and Newhouse. Called strike here. Count will go to 0-1. Brecken Webb, the left fielder, batting down in the 7-hole. Webb, a sophomore, hitting .250 on the year. Looking for the 18th hit of her season. Won't find it there, but the runners will advance. And the count goes to 0-2, but it's a great chance for the Lady Cougars to find even more if Webb can put one in a gap somewhere. Webb has to get protective here on 0-2. Pitch on the way, well outside, easy take. And that's kind of been the way that Wharton's wanted to go, as she has pitched outside with 2 strikes to almost everybody today. By the way, if they can get out of this inning with only 2 runs given up, that's a massive win for Newton. South trying to make them pay for all the hit batsmen, and woof, that's not the one they wanted, as Webb caught looking silly at that. It's the second strikeout of the inning, but Salina South takes a 2-0 lead, or a 2-1 lead as we go to the second inning. Coverage of today's regional action is presented by the good folks at First Bank Kansas.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
Well, the Lady Cougars scored 2 runs, and they strained 2 runners on the strength of 0 hits. 4 hit by pitch, a sac fly, and of course one of the hit by pitches brings in a run. It turns things back over here to Newton. A 2-1 lead for the Lady Cougars. Peyton Fritz pitching with a lead for the first time here this afternoon, early in this game. Still working our way through second inning action. Next offering there for Fritz, right in there for a strike. The count goes to 1-2 on Kinley Unruh. It'll be Unruh, Newhouse, and Rose to lead off the second for the Lady Railers. And a slow chopper picked up by Yost. The first defensive play by Yost over there at the hot corner is a quick put out for out number 1. As far as I know, sources close to the team have informed me that Macy Yost typically does not play third base, at least not for a very long time. But a good journalist always has good sources, and well, she looked pretty comfortable over there at the hot corner, at least here for the first time. We'll continue to keep an eye on that throughout the course of the broadcast as Fritz brings home the next pitch. Big swing and a miss. And Newhouse evens the count at 1-1. Newhouse trying to get things rolling for Newton. Instead, will take it to short. Picked up by Zizakam. Throw to first in time. And it's quickly 2 gone here in the inning to bring up Taylor Rose. Mentioned, again, you go back and look at the season for this Newton team, and it's been, I mean, again, just kind of an interesting campaign for this year's Lady Railers. Of course, we had a chance to see them in a game, or a set of games, against Salina South last season. It's a Newton team that finished 10-16. There are a lot of times you look and they lost to the teams they were supposed to lose to, but they took games off some good teams this season. They had a 4-game winning streak this year against Goddard and Arc City. They took a game off of Salina Central, a game off of Salina South. They got a win over Great Bend before dropping 2 to them at the end of the year. It's a team that can get hot at the right time. Typically, though, when they do that, it's in lower scoring games. Again, they knocked off Central 5-4. They knocked off South 3-2. This is a Newton team that does not want to get into shootouts. And they're trying to avoid that in what has so far remained a relatively low-scoring affair. 2-2 pitch in the dirt for Fritz, and the count is full here to Taylor Rose. Pitch on the way, and she walked her. So interestingly enough, there have been 3 base runners today for Newton. A hit by pitch, a walk, and a dropped third strike. It's kind of a tough verbiage. They call it a drop third strike. Really, it was a pitch in the dirt that got swung on. And Helsel had to do her best with it. But like I said, typically you don't see a run come in to score on a strikeout very often. Delaney Fuller, the DP, is now at the plate. Newton's already gone through the order once here in the second inning. Fritz brings home the pitch, inside out swing. It's a foul ball. And Fritz is ahead 0-2. Plenty of other action going around area baseball and softball teams. Everyone trying to find their way to the state tournaments later next week. Believe Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Actually, I think just Friday and Saturday, come to think of it. 1-2, the count on Fuller. Trying to flip the book back to the top with Carolyn Ricard in the on-deck circle. The 1-2 here from Fritz is low. And the count goes even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fritz taking her time here, looking in for the sign. Has what she needs, delivers the 2-2, and it's shot down the line, in and then out of the mitt. What's the ruling on this? They're going to call it a foul ball. Or no. Yes. Okay. It was in Moss's mitt. I thought for long enough that they let her make the play, but then she bobbled it, and they're going to say that it's a clean drop. And the count stays 2-2. So Delaney Fuller is gifted another opportunity to make something happen here. Check swing on the 2-2. Did she go? She did. And that is the end of the top of the second. We go to the home half. It's still a 2-1 lead for the Lady Cougars here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage today is presented by the good folks at First Bank, Kansas.
From raw honey to wax melts to beekeeping tools, boxes, and frames, AJ Honey Farms has it all and more. Be sure to check out their salves. Salves is a powerful blend of nature's best ingredients. Beeswax, crafted with care to soothe and nourish your dry skin, minor cuts, and burns. And for dry lips, try out their Happy Bee Balm. Treat yourself to their locally produced honey items or get a beautifully packaged gift set for a loved one. Stop in to see AJ Honey Farms at 901 North 9th Street. More than just a honey store.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hey Salina, come see us at the Kelly Kitchener Agency near the intersection of Cloud and Ohio. We want to be your Salina, Kansas insurance agent.
Welcome back here to regional softball action presented by the good folks at First Bank, Kansas. We're going to take a 3-second break. Be right. And with fresh batteries in the transmitter, we're ready to rock and roll again here as we work our way through inning number 2. It'll be Delaney Harris, Sadie Zizakam, and Morgan Janasek to lead off the second inning. And for as good as it feels to be ahead in this game, South has got to feel like they could have had more. 4-hit batsmen loaded the bases with only 1 out. But a sacrifice fly and a strikeout brought the inning to an abrupt end. And now it falls to the 8, 9, and 1-hole hitters to try to restart things for the Lady Cougars, who are looking to advance and meet their crosstown rival Salina Central in the regional championship game later this evening. Big swing and a ball tipped foul back to the Salina South dugout. The count goes to 1-2. Take a quick look at our Bennington State Bank scoreboard. Plenty of other regional action between baseball and softball. We actually take you all the way back to Friday, where Sacred Heart's baseball team picked up a 15-0 win over Republic County. Southeast of Saline's baseball team dropped an upset loss to Riley County, also in a quarterfinal by a final score of 8-4. Yesterday, Minneapolis' softball team won 15-0 over Plainville and 13-3 over Smoky Valley. They will play in tomorrow's championship game at Minneapolis as this ball is chopped through the mitt of Rickard, and it's going to go down. You got to roll that in air, as Harris hit it right at the shortstop, and she just completely missed it. Rickard might want to check for a hole in the glove, as Sadie Zizakam grabs a bat. But to go back and finish out our Bennington State Bank scoreboard, Bennington softball won 7-2 over Little River. Sacred Heart softball won 7-2 over Sylvan Lucas. Ellsworth softball fell 7-5 to Lions, and El Saline softball dropped their game with Inman 15-0. Wharton is still playing with fire here. A lot of inside pitches. Zizakam takes it for ball 1. Runner aboard, nobody out. Top of the lineup looming. Here comes that 1-0 pitch. It's high and away. Back pick attempt down the line, not nearly in time. Harris really not taking all that big of a lead off of first. But they checked her back anyway. Here comes the 2-0. And that one will jam Zizakam. The count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike. Earlier today, Abilene's baseball team picked up a 7-3 win over Concordia. So they will advance to play the winner of a game between Pratt, the hosts of that regional, and I believe Pratt is playing against Andale down in Class 4A. Here it's the Lady Cougars with a 3-1 count to Sadie Zizakam. And she will take for a called strike. The count goes full. Zizakam in her senior year batting .221, 15 hits, 3 RBI, 22 strikeouts to 10 walks. Trying to get more on the right side of that. Here comes the payoff pitch, and she will cut through it. Late movement, that's strikeout number 3. It's the first out of the inning, and it brings up Morgan Janasek. Janasek, another senior, batting .344, one of 3 batters in the lineup, actually 4 batters in the lineup, that is slugging north of 500. First pitch here misses high and away. Janasek, 21 hits on the year, 5 doubles, a triple, a home run, 10 driven in, and has walked 16 times to just 10 strikeouts. First pitch of the game hit her on the leg, and she was able to come in and score. One of 2 that came in to score. The 1-0 is in for a called strike. Down and in. That'll even things up at 1-1. Harris aboard at first. South trying to, at the very least, move the runner. The 1-1 pitch misses outside. Easy take there for Janasek. I've seen a lot of deeper counts early in this game as Wharton not exactly pounding the zone. Pounding the batters more than she's pounding the zone. 2-1 is popped up back here behind the press box, or rather on top of the press box. It falls with a thud on the middle sheet roof. And the count is 2-2. 3 teams remaining in this bracket, all of them looking to punch their ticket to the 5A state tournament in Wichita next week. The 2-2 pitch misses high and away. And the count goes full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Janasek trying to keep it going. Payoff pitch. That ball lifted out to left. Should be easy work for Zerger, who dances around and makes the catch for out number 2. So that'll bring Briley Moss to the plate. Moss was also hit by a pitch back in the first inning. She came in and scored on the Chloe Helsel sacrifice fly. Fresh count to work with here. Back to work goes Lillian Wharton. And her first pitch, big cut from Briley Moss, the junior. Is one of those 4 batters I mentioned, slugging over 500 at .524, 19 hits for her. Does have 1 home run. A lot of players can hit for power on this Salina South team. It's been one of their biggest advantages this year, as this misses up and away. 17 home runs. Janasek's got 1. Briley Moss has got 1. 2 for Brecken Webb, 2 for Macy Yost, and then 11 for Peyton Fritz. 1-1, big cut, and another miss for Moss, who falls behind. And the count, I believe, is 1-2. Moss got to get protective. Kern sets up outside. And again, they'll try the back pick. Just trying to keep the runner honest. Harris's lead has been fairly straightforward. Like I said, I wouldn't say it's been aggressive on that secondary by any means, but it's enough that Kern feels the need to keep her close. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. It's also outside. 4 hit batsmen, but no walks today for Lillian Wharton. So there is that. Trying to keep that clean here as well. Here comes the payoff pitch. It is strike 3, and Moss watches it go. That is the 4th strikeout of the game for Lillian Wharton. And we go to the 3rd inning. It's a 2-1 lead for Salina South. Coverage today is presented by First Bank, Kansas.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
Back at the ballpark here in Salina for Newton. It'll be the top of the lineup to lead it off. Caroline Rickard, Addison Zerger, and Reagan Hirsch. And we've got another check of our Bennington State Bank scoreboard is over on the softball diamond in Gypsum, southeast of Saline. The 1 seed handles their business. They get a 16-0 run rule win over Harrington. And they will advance to the semifinals coming up here later this afternoon. Here, it's a 2-1 lead for Salina South. It's a hot shot to Zizicom, who handles it well, and it's a quick put out of Caroline Rickard for the first out of the inning. So that brings up Addison Zerger, who was hit by a pitch, moved to second on the passed ball, and then actually came in to score on a drop third strike that ended up in right field. It was thrown off the head of Erica Kern, who was just trying to make her way down the base paths, although I'm sure she'll take a little bump on the back of the noggin for a run. So it's Zerger looking for her first hit of the day. Newton still looking for their first hit as a team. And the 1-0 misses low and in the dirt. Next pitch. Misses in the dirt again. Fritz falls behind here at 2-0. That one across for a strike. Fritz still looking to find her groove here. The 3-1 in the dirt. That's a walk. Second of the day issued here to Addison Zerger, who will take her base. 3 base runners today for Newton. Twice it's been Zerger who has reached base. And with the heart of the order due up here and only 1 out, this is a really good chance, potentially, well, lunging at a pitch outside, but that's going to fall in front of Langer, and that's a base hit. That is not a pitch that you want to swing at, but Reagan Hirsch finds a way to turn it into something, and it's 2 aboard, 1 away for Erica Kern. Kern had, I promise you, the most productive strikeout of this tournament. Ended up getting to first on the drop third strike, and then a ground out of Xavi Crable ended the inning. But here, Newton has a tying and go-ahead runs aboard, and a hot shot eats up Harris. Throw to second, not in time. Hate to do it, but you got to give that an E4. And it's Hirsch up to second, Zerger up to third. The bases are loaded for Xavi Crable. Believe we're going to have a courtesy runner here at first. See who comes in a run for Newton. Looks like the Lady Railers will bring Gracie O'Neill in to run. Sophomore outfielder, good speed, good wheels. And she is standing now at first as Xavi Crable trying to bring in something and trying to get a little redemption after her ground out ended the first inning with a runner on first. Still just 1 away here in the inning. Ricard's ground out to lead things off. Squaring to bunt and popping it back to the screen here. And you wonder if Newton would be aggressive enough to try to lay down a bunt to score a run. Maybe just trying to ambush them. You see the corner infield, actually the whole infield now playing in, going for the play at the plate. 2-1. Hit to first. They will come home. And they will get the out, trying to get the double play, not in time. That is a textbook play as Briley Moss makes a perfectly executed throw home to retire Zerger. Everyone else is up a station, but there are 2 outs for Kinley Unruh. First pitch to Unruh. Misses for a ball. Fritz got Unruh with a ground out the first time, and guess what? She'll do it again here. They do tag the safety bag. Boy, that was a little more adventurous than it needed to be, but they get the job done, and Newton will strand the bases loaded. We go to the home half of inning number 3. It's still a 2-1 lead for the Lady Cougars on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage today is presented by First Bank Kansas.
Sage is your go-to source for industrial strength cleaning products, ice melt, floor equipment, paper, asphalt, and just about everything in between. Whether you're a maintenance supervisor, a small business, or just wanting your home to look amazing, stop by 732 North 9th Street in Salina, where we will be happy to assist you. You can also visit us at sageselects.com or call us at 309-1919. Sage Products, the right call every time.
Your next visit to the doctor for an upcoming procedure or surgery should start with a conversation about Salina Surgical Hospital. Hi, this is Geraldine Diedrich, and we are truly committed to fostering your health and well-being. From outpatient procedures to inpatient stays, you will feel the difference in our excellent care and compassion. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure at Salina Surgical Hospital. Your surgical experience is our specialty. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local community-involved physicians.
Back at the ballpark here at the 5A Regional on the campus of Salina South High School. Coverage today presented by the good folks at First Bank Kansas. And it'll be Mackenzie Langer, Peyton Fritz, and Macy Yost to lead off the third for the Lady Cougars. They've had opportunities throughout this game. There will be plenty more. A lot of softball left to be played, but After a rough first inning, it seems like Wharton has calmed down a little bit. She hit 4 of the first 5 batters she faced. Since then, she has conceded just 1 base runner on an error, and she has struck out a pair. 0-1 is the count. Wharton back into the windup, and the pitch misses in the dirt for another ball. So the count goes even here at 1-1. It'll be Langer, Fritz, and Macy Yost. 1-1 pitch is jammed, and that's going to roll into foul territory, and that's honestly best case scenario for Salina South as Curran, Rose, and Wharton all converge on it. It falls in between them and rolls foul. So no harm, no foul. Nothing to worry about there. South can get back at it with the heart of their lineup due up here. Langer at the ready. Here comes the 1-2, and it gets her. So that is the 5th hit batter of the day for Salina South. And the leadoff runner's aboard for Peyton Fritz, who herself got hit back in the first inning. If you want to look at it this way, Janasek and Moss got hit by a pitch. Fritz and Yost got hit by a pitch. Langer was the only one of that 5-batter sequence that didn't. So Wharton just kind of going back and filling in the blanks here. Her first pitch to Fritz misses up and away. The count starts off at 1-0. Fritz a chance to potentially give her team a little more run support and herself as the starting pitcher. This one misses in the dirt. Typically, it's been Macy Yost who's pitched in game number 1 of these doubleheaders. You wonder if South might be trying to ride Fritz out for the rest of the year. Here comes the 2-0. It's just a bit outside. Throw down to second, not in time. Langer advances into scoring position on the wild pitch. Sometimes you just miss one. Macy Yost is in the on-deck circle. Fritz stands back in at the ready. Here comes the 3-0 pitch. And she will take a cut, fouls it back to the screen, and the count goes to 3-1. If it does come down to a battle between South and Central, they've played twice already this year. South got the better of the Lady Mustangs both times. That's a 5-pitch walk issued to Peyton Fritz. It puts runners at first and second, nobody out. And Macy Yost at the plate. 6-3 and 4-2 are the finals between those two earlier this year. And I believe, yep, courtesy runner in once again to run for, that'll be Maria Alicia Martinez. So Alicia Martinez aboard at first. Mackenzie Langer at second. Macy Yost at the plate. First pitch to Yost. Almost got her again. It's past the catcher. And both runners will advance. So 2 in scoring position for Macy Yost. Excellent chance for the senior to do a little damage here. The 1-0, she will square to bunt and pops it up into the glove. The throw down to third, not in time. But a tough break as Macy Yost just pops it up to the catcher trying to lay down a bunt. And it backfires as Chloe Helzel will now be called upon to try to bring in another run here. Helzel had the sacrifice fly back in the first inning that brought in the second run that gave South their lead. And she will hit this one high out to left, and it's dropped by Zerger. 1 run comes in to score. Up to second on the play is Chloe Helzel. And it would have been a sack fly anyway. Instead, it is a costly E7. It's going to move Alicia Martinez to third. Langer comes in to score. And it is a 3-1 game here for the Lady Cougars. And it looks like we've got another courtesy runner. Yep. That is Madeline Werner coming in to run for Chloe Helsel. So 2 courtesy runners on the base paths. Alicia Martinez at third, Werner at second, and Brecken Webb, who struck out to end the first inning, is at the dish for the second time today. Fresh count, still only 1 out in the inning. And the third baseman comes all the way in on Webb, fully expecting the bunt. Webb gets it down. It's an awkward throw to first. It is in time. And that doesn't really do much for you, as it's not a sacrifice bunt. It doesn't move any runners. So Webb is out. And it's 2 down now for Delaney Harris. I wonder if Alicia Martinez was supposed to come in on that. They played it well. And there really wasn't any time to try to make a dash to the plate. Here it's a foul ball on the first pitch to Delaney Harris. Harris, a senior, batting .231 on the year, looking for the 13th hit of her season. Oh, and 1 the count. Here on Harris, reached on an error. Back in the second inning of action. Harris, of course, one of a strong freshman group here for South. Going to be around these parts for a long time. 0-2. She's fallen behind. Trying to play catch up. And instead will pop one up to the shallowest part of the outfield, but it's off the glove again, and 2 runs score. Rickard can't make the play. And on another costly error, it would have ended the inning. Instead, it's 2 more across for South. And a comedy of errors here in the third inning has allowed 3 runs to come in. Make it now a 5-1 lead for Salina South. Chloe Helsel should have ended the inning, or it would have been 2 down on the E7. But nothing doing there, and here we are. The inning's still alive. A 4-run lead, and Sadie Zizakam at the plate. Zizakam takes upstairs for called strike, and it goes to 1-1. See if we can't continue to hunt you down some scores from around the area. As the 1-1 pitch is on its way, Zizakam cuts through it on the outside, and the count goes to 1-2. Zizakam trying to avoid being a strikeout victim once again here. Chance to keep the inning alive. As the 1-2 is on its way. And that misses high and outside. Pitch comes in, swing and a miss, strike 3, and Zizakam is down on strikes for the second time today. So that'll wrap it up for the third, but not before a couple of errors bring in 3 runs. It's a 5-1 lead for the Lady Cougars here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage today is presented by First Bank Kansas.
I'm Ryan Arms, your mortgage loan originator at Equity Bank here in Salina, Kansas. I'm a lifelong Salina resident here to tell you our bank can offer you mortgage and refinance options with terms designed for you. Why leave our community when you can choose the bank that never forgets it's your money? With 2 locations in town on Ohio Street and Santa Fe Avenue, there's no better time to apply online, in person, or over the phone. Learn more at equitybank.com, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Close your eyes. Now, imagine yourself cheering from the bleachers at Salina South. Feel the pride of donning the colors of Salina Central. Picture the spirit of being part of the Sacred Heart community, or the camaraderie at southeast of Saline. Envision the thrill of supporting El Saline or Bennington. Visualize the unity in rallying for Minneapolis High. Now, open your eyes and see yourself in team apparel from Messenger Total Promotions. Visit them in person in downtown Salina.
Back to softball action here on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week. We're live from the Equity Bank broadcast booth, courtesy of First Bank Kansas. It's a 5-1 lead for the Salina South Lady Cougars in the bottom third of the Newton order up here to lead off the fourth. Gracie Newhouse, Taylor Rose, and Delaney Fuller. Slow roller picked up here by Moss. Goes back to Harris in time for the first out of the inning. And this has been one of the weirder games that I think we've seen, because you go through and you look at it, and Salina South, who has scored 5 runs in this game, they have had 9 base runners today. Newton, meanwhile, has had 7 base runners today. We've had 1 hit. That is 1 hit combined between the two teams. Several errors, walks, hit batters, drop third strikes even. This game has the same number of successful reaches on a drop third strike as it does hits as we go to the fourth inning. One update on our Bennington State Bank scoreboard from the world of 4A softball as this is rolled back to Fritz, and she'll take care of it herself for the second out of the inning. But Andale upsets Pratt, and that means that the Indians are through to the second round to play likely Chapman. Chapman's first round game against Concordia will also be live streamed here on the Salina Post Sports Network. You can tune in to that one. Anthony Georges on the call. Here it's one into center. It's an easy play for Langer, and it's 3 up, 3 down for Peyton Fritz as we go to the home half of inning number 4, halfway home from Salina, here on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, presented today by First Bank Kansas.
Close your eyes. Now, imagine yourself cheering from the bleachers at Salina South. Feel the pride of donning the colors of Salina Central. Picture the spirit of being part of the Sacred Heart community, or the camaraderie at southeast of Saline. Envision the thrill of supporting El Saline or Bennington. Visualize the unity in rallying for Minneapolis High. Now, open your eyes and see yourself in team apparel from Messenger Total Promotions. Visit them in person in downtown Salina.
Are you ready to make a meaningful impact? Join the professional healthcare team at Salina Regional Health Center. They're seeking nurse assistants who are eager to provide exceptional care to our community. Their growing organization offers competitive pay, comprehensive benefits, and tuition reimbursement. If you're ready to join a team that values compassion, teamwork, and outstanding patient care, apply now at srhc.com or reach out to Human Resources. Great careers start here. Salina Regional Health Center. They take care of you so you can care for others.
Top of the lineup to lead it off here in the fourth for Salina South, Morgan Janasek, Briley Moss, and Mackenzie Langer. Every single member of the lineup, well, all but 2, have reached base safely at least once here for the Lady Cougars as they go through the lineup for a third time today. And I know I mentioned it before, it is not very often that you carry a no-hitter into the fourth inning and you're down 5-1. That is the case, though, for Lillian Wharton, who is hoping to get a little run support. Right now, her priority is trying to keep runs off the board. Right now, it's a 1-1 count to Janasek, who's been hit by a pitch and flown out today in her 2 at-bats. The 1-0. That ball struck well to deep center, but the deepest part of the ballpark, it hangs up for Unruh, who makes the catch for out number 1. So that brings up Briley Moss. I want to say a special thank you again to First Bank Kansas for sponsoring today's coverage. Thanks to them, we can bring you all 3 games here from the Salina South Regional. We got a victory, 8-0 for Salina Central over the Lady Spartans earlier today. Victory over Emporia, so they advance to Salina Central to the championship game, and they will await the winner of this one. And we'll have broadcast coverage of it right here on the same stream link coming your way about 25 minutes after the conclusion of this. South hoping they can hold on and make it a battle of Salina, a Mayor's Cup matchup for a ticket to the 5A state tournament. 2-0 the count. Briley Moss at the plate. A hit by pitch and a strikeout so far. And another one that gets away from Kern, who was really good at stopping pitches early in this game, and ever since has kind of lost her traction with that just a little bit. Briley Moss stands back in at the ready. Here comes the 3-0 pitch, and it gets her again, this time right on the toe. Briley Moss has now been hit by 2 pitches today. She becomes the 7th batter to be hit by a pitch in this game. And it's Mackenzie Langer who will grab a bat next. I feel like Newton, I mean, they're probably pitching who they want right now. I don't think this is a reason necessarily to lift Lillian Wharton, who I will remind you has not given up a hit yet. She is going through the toughest part of the lineup, though, here for the 3rd time as Mackenzie Langer grabs a bat. Langer also has a hit by pitch and a strikeout. That strikeout came of the looking variety back in the 1st inning. Here she digs in. Ready to go. Aboard at first is Briley Moss. And the first pitch misses high. Mentioned that game going on over in Class 4A between Chapman and Concordia. That'll feature one of the best pitchers in the state in Madeline Harold, who has just been cutting down batter after batter, a .052 ERA. Carrying that into regionals, trying to get her team to the championship game against Andale, which will also be broadcast on Salina Post Sports Network. Called strike brings the count to 2-1 here on Mackenzie Langer. Langer back in the box and ready to go. 2-1 pitch, jammed, but into the Bermuda Triangle it falls. And it's a single for Mackenzie Langer, and there it is, the first hit of the game. For Salina South, it's a bloop single to right. And it brings up Peyton Fritz with 1 away and 2 aboard in a 5-1 ball game. Peyton Fritz has been hit by a pitch and walked today. Her spot in the lineup has come in to score once. First pitch to her again, misses high and outside. You don't see Fritz get too many tasty pitches in general. A lot of pitchers are content to kind of work around her. That has also worked to the advantage of one Macy Yost this year. And there you go, the 1-0 also well outside. Sometimes Fritz will get overly eager and get herself in trouble, but today she stayed patient. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. That's in the dirt for ball 3. Yost is second on the team in RBI with 22. Fritz has driven in 44. 3-0 in the dirt, and there you go. It's a 4-pitch walk, another issued to Peyton Fritz. And it falls to Macy Yost to try to drive in the runs as Moss moves up to third, Langer moves up to second, and here comes Alicia Martinez to run for Peyton Fritz. Macy Yost today has a hit by pitch. She also tried to lay down a bunt and popped it up to the catcher. Fresh count to work with, 3rd time facing Wharton. First pitch is swung on and lifted into foul territory, and it will fall for a foul ball. Looked a little concerning for a moment, but they're able to get it sorted. And the count stays 0-1 here on Yost. No one's really driven a ball yet in this game. That is to the credit of Wharton and the work she's done in the circle, but she has given up a lot for free. She's allowed a lot of pass balls that have given better base running positions to the Lady Cougars, and they've capitalized. 0-2, the pitch to Yost outside. Strike zone for the home plate umpire has been consistently shaded in a little bit. It's been for both teams, but that inside pitch has worked to the advantage of the pitcher today. Here comes the 1-2. Trying to get that inside pitch, but it's too low. And Yost lays off to even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Helzel in the on-deck circle. The 2-2 pitch is popped up and foul again. So we will do it again. First game scores from the 2 and 3 o'clock slate starting to trickle in across the state of Kansas. Here comes another 2-2. And again, it's low. You can tell, I mean, that's what Wharton's trying to do. She's trying to play to the strike zone that's there and just brush that inside corner. But she keeps missing her spot below the knees. And here comes a payoff pitch. Macy Yost, the cleanup hitter, or the 5-hole hitter today. 3-2, and she earns it the hard way. That is the second RBI hit by pitch by Macy Yost alone today. And in to score comes Briley Moss. The bases remain loaded for Chloe Helzel. For those wondering, that is the 7th hit by pitch today by Lillian Wharton. Looks like we may have a pitching change, and we do. We'll let you know about the new pitcher when we return here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this regional is presented by the good folks at First Bank Kansas.
Long MacArthur is a proud partner of Nija Kennedy, the 2025 College Softball Pitcher and Player of the Year. We have supported Nija throughout her rise to the top as she inspires the next generation of female athletes. Shop for your next vehicle where Nija shops, at Long MacArthur Ford in Salina, Kansas. Right now, you can take advantage of better than employee pricing on hundreds of new vehicles. Online at longmacarthur.com.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
Taylor Rose is in relief of Lillian Wharton, who, if you only look at the top of the scorebook, as this ball's laced down the line but foul, Lillian Wharton goes 3 1/3. She gives up just 1 hit, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. That looks really good on paper. What's not on paper are the 7 hit by pitch, including 2 that have loaded the bases here. And boy, talk about Taylor Rose just getting thrown in with her feet to the fire. Welcome with your season on the line to the game. You got the bases loaded and 1 out, and Chloe Helzel at the plate. Helzel was an RBI machine in the doubleheader victory over Salina Central. She's looking to do the same here with 1 away. At the very least, get one of these runs in as the 1-1 pitch is on its way. That will miss high, and the count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike. So far today, Helzel has reached on an error and driven in an RBI with a sac fly. That almost hit her. Boy, Rose just about picked up where Wharton left off. does avoid that fate. The count goes to 3-1. Ideal hitters count for Chloe Helsel. She's got 21 RBI on the year. She's looking to add to that total here. And she might, as this one is falling fast. It is awkwardly off the glove. The throw to third is bobbled. And it's an RBI single for Chloe Helsel. That delivers a 7-1 lead to the Lady Cougars. Good work for Chloe Helsel. Brings up Brecken Webb. And Mackenzie Lenger in to score. We've got a courtesy runner. That's Werner again, I believe. So Maddie Werner now at first for Helsel. Alicia Martinez at third, Macy Yost at second, and here comes Brecken Webb. So far, Webb, a strikeout and a infield ground out, pulls the bat back, tries to pull those corner infielders in. Still only one out in the inning. So plenty of time left for South. Another great opportunity for them to bring in a few more runs here. As the 0-1 is taken awkwardly up the line. They throw home, and the runner has to keep going. I'm not sure why Alicia Martinez held up. She had nowhere to go. But she will score on what's got to be ruled a throwing error, I would imagine, and that will allow Brecken Webb to take first base. Errors have been a huge issue for Newton today. If you take the errors off the board, you could also erase 6 of these runs. Macy Yost moves up, as does Chloe Helsel. It's Yost at third. It's Werner at second. It's Webb at first. And it's Delaney Harris, who has just caused chaos today. She has reached on 2 E6s. Rickard, if it does come her way, is going to have to make a play, but Harris falls behind in the count, 0-2. It's been a slow day for the bottom third of the order here. South hoping that they can show up big here late in the game. That ball hit down the line. It is foul. Top 6 in the lineup have been phenomenal. They've scored all of the runs today. They've driven in all of the RBI that the team has had. Now it's time for Harris and Zizicom after her, if they can get to her, to find a way to make something happen. The 0-2 misses high. Of course, the book is still open on Lillian Wharton until the end of the inning or until the runner from third comes in. Pitch on the way. Good drop ball, but too high. And the count stays 2-2. The Lady Cougars primed to pounce here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bases loaded, pitch on the way. And it's hit up and over the head. That'll get into left field. 1 run comes in to score. There won't be a throw. They'll go ahead and wave around Werner as well. And Salina South adds 2 more runs on an RBI single for Delaney Harris. Yost and Werner both come across to score. Brecken Webb is up to second. Here comes Sadie Zizicom with the top of the order looming. And the first pitch misses upstairs. That also, for what it's worth, will close the book on poor Lillian Wharton, who's going to be tagged with 9 of the runs that have come in to score. Crazy thing is, of the 9 runs that she's going to be credited with giving up today, only 6 of them are earned. Zizicom 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. Watches a pitch called strike inside, and that'll make it a 1-2 count. Zizicom trying to avoid the dreaded hat trick, as she has already struck out twice today. Here comes the 1-2. And she will lift one. It's up and over the glove of Crable. They'll hold the runner up. This gets by, but everybody wisely is going to stay right where they're at. And Sadie Zizicom keeps the line moving with a single. The Lady Cougars have now batted around the order. And Morgan Janasek will grab a bat here in the fourth. A crucial run 60 feet away if they can find a way to bring in Brecken Webb. First pitch to Janasek, misses high and away. Count starts off at 1-0. Janasek hit by a pitch, flew out to left, flew out to center. The 1-0, also high. They try a back pick. It's a bold move to throw that with a runner on third, especially with what that runner on third could potentially represent. Wharton knocked out of the game. Taylor Rose brings home the 2-1. Janasek swings at ball 3. And the count to 2-1 here on the senior. Janasek, typically the table setter here, trying to clean the dishes. Count goes to 3-1. Ideal hitters count. Janasek looking for her first hit of the game. Here comes the pitch from Taylor Rose. It's inside, ball 4, and the Lady Cougars have a 10-run lead. And all of a sudden, the dynamic changes because now on the other side of the break, Newton is going to be down to their final 3 outs. Of course, the Lady Cougars, I'm sure, would love to add some insurance. They've got a great part of the order due up to try to do that, although this won't help their cause, as an infield pop-up will be the second out of the inning. So if they're going to make something of this, it falls to Mackenzie Langer, a 10-run lead. South looking for more. Langer at the plate. Fritz on deck. Nowhere to put either one of them. First pitch on the way. Back up the middle. That's through. That will score at least 2 more runs. The throw comes in. It's a 2 RBI single for Mackenzie Langer. And the Lady Cougars take a 12-run lead. It's 13-1. Janasek moves up to third. Here comes Peyton Fritz. Harris and Zizicom both come in to score, and now all 9 members of the lineup have scored at least 1 run today for Salina South. Salina Central looking on. They will be awaiting the winner. More than likely after that, going to be Salina South as the wheels have kind of come off. We've also got to think South's going to be carrying a lot of momentum into this game. Both teams will, but I mean, anytime rivals meet, especially in a game as big as the one that could be coming up, you can throw the records out the window. And, yep, there it is. They're going to intentionally walk Peyton Fritz, and that is absolutely the right call. So Fritz will take her base on the intentional walk. Langer's up to second. Macy Yost with a chance to bat with the bases loaded and 2 away. One last chance for a little additional insurance. And Yost would love nothing more than to see a few more runs find their way up on the scoreboard. 13-1 is the score. This ball hit up and over. That is going to roll to the fence. 1 run comes in to score. 2 runs come in to score. They wave the runner around. The throw to third is not in time. And that will do it. Salina South, in short order, walks off Newton, and the Lady Cougars, with a 15-run mercy rule in the 4th inning, are going to the regional championship game. We will have coverage of that game. It'll be a crosstown rivalry between South and Central. It's coming your way in about 25 minutes. You can catch it right here on this very stream link, and it'll be brought to you, as all the coverage today has been, by the good folks at First Bank Kansas. 16-1, Salina South back with the regional championship. A ticket to the 5A state tournament on the line when we return here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Well, after 2 games here at the Salina South Regional, it all comes down to this, a rivalry matchup. The Salina Showdown, the Mayor's Cup matchup between South and Central. The loser's season will come to a close. The winner will punch their ticket and advance to the 5A state tournament coming up next week on the campus of Wichita State University. So good to have you in. If it's your first game today, welcome. If you're here from the first couple of games, welcome back, as Katie Wagner will line this one out to Harris for the first out of the inning. And let's go ahead and get into it. Central won their first game of the day over Emporia. They got it 8-0 in shutout fashion. Salina South got a mercy rule victory, 16-1 over Newton. That game wrapped up just about 25 minutes ago, setting up this battle between fated rivals. Their schools separated by less than a couple of miles here in Salina. This ball struck well to deep left center field. It's up and off the fence, and Charlotte Gordon is going to pick up right where she left off. It is a double for the Lady Mustangs, who have a runner aboard. And that is exactly what she was doing back in game number 1. Gordon, a triple, a double, and a single in the first contest for Central today. That'll turn things over to Valerie Van Zant. Let's meet. Whoa, that one off the top of the helmet. Van Zant fired up about it. She will take her base. So let's meet the starting lineups presented by Billings Group. We begin with the Lady Mustangs of Salina Central. Katie Wagner, the shortstop, led things off with the line out. Then third baseman Charlotte Gordon doubled, and Valerie Van Zant took it off the helmet. She is today's starting pitcher for the Lady Mustangs. Batting right now, it's the right fielder Ellie Reitkoff. Then first baseman Harper Turpin, DP Peyton Burnt, left fielder Hannah Peckham, center fielder Bailey Bruce, and bringing up the back of the lineup today for Central is second baseman Jolie Guyett. Your flex for the Lady Mustangs is Brooke Banninger. She is the catcher. In the circle for Salina South, it's Macy Yost, who this season will be making her 15th appearance. This will be her 14th start of the season. She has pitched a team-leading 81 1/3 inning to the tune of a 10-3 win-loss record, a 2.4 ERA, a 1.37 WHIP, 61 strikeouts, 45 walks, and 7 make it 8 now hit by pitch. Peyton Fritz pitched game number 1 for Salina South. Sophia Johnson, the freshman, picked up the win in the circle for Salina Central, and that has brought us here. This ball struck well to deep left field. It's got a chance, and it's gone. 3-run shot for Ellie Reitkoff, and Salina Central starts the fireworks here in the first inning. They take a 3-0 lead in the regional championship. Ellie Reitkoff has had herself a day. She was 4 for 4 in game number 1, a single and 3 triples. And she starts it off with a 3-run shot in the first to put Central out in front. That will bring Harper Turpin to the plate. Turpin looking to restart the action, and there's still only one away. Let's take you around the horn really quickly. Defensively for Salina Central, it's Brecken Webb, or Salina South, it's Brecken Webb behind the plate, Peyton Fritz at first, Harris at second, Zizakam at short, Briley Moss tending to the hot corner at third. Your outfield from left to right, it's Chloe Helsel, Mackenzie Langer, and Morgan Janasek from left to right. That was an opposite field home run, too, for Reitkoff. It didn't look like she struck it particularly well. This ball hit on a line, and Harper Turpin has got herself a single here in the regional final. Central may not be done scoring yet. The Lady Mustangs have pulled their program up from a really rough spot. It's been a bit of a dark age for the Lady Mustangs prior to these last couple of seasons, but little by little, Alyssa Waldron and this very young core have come up through the ranks. They've gotten it done. This year they put together one of their best regular seasons in recent memory with the win earlier today. They are 20-7, but the one thing they have not done in a long time is beat the Lady Cougars of Salina South. They were swept in the regular season by South, as this ball falling quickly down the line, but not fast enough, as Janasek will make the catch out and right to bring up Hannah Peckham. Central was right there. They had opportunities, and in both games they had the tying run aboard, but South was able to survive and win both contests, 4-2 in the opener, 6-3 in the nightcap. So 2 wins in the regular season for South, but if you ask either of these teams, you'd rather get swept in the regular season and win the playoff game to go to state. Central hoping to do just that. Still a ton of softball left to play, as South has not even come to bat yet. It's only 3-0. But it's a good start for the Lady Mustangs, who have got to be feeling confident. They trailed for most of both games in the regular season, too. Did not get off to good starts in those games and found themselves trying to come back to win. And that is not going to be the case here as the count goes to 1-2 on Hannah Peckham. Peckham is the lone bat that was not in the lineup the first time today. And, well, here you go. Welcome to the lineup, Hannah Peckham, who keeps it going. The hit parade continues. And it's another single, this time for Peckham, to bring up Bailey Bruce. South is pitching out of order today. Typically, you would see Macy Yost pitch the first game and Peyton Fritz pitch the second game. When we saw Fritz come on, we wondered if maybe Fritz would pitch both games today, but Yost is called upon here. The senior, the veteran, I mean, she's been very good. A 2.4 ERA, a 1.3 whip. Statistically, in terms of averages, she has actually been better in the circle than what Fritz has been. So I'm not calling it a curious decision. It's understandable that you'd want to have her out here. But Central, boy, they have seen so much of each other, these two teams. And you got to think it goes back to their time in middle school. It goes back to their time playing coach pitch and kid ball or little league. I mean, everything for these two. This is inside, and it gets Bailey Bruce, and the bases are loaded for Jolie Guyot. A dream situation here for the Lady Mustangs as Harper Turpin's aboard at third, Hannah Peckham at second, Bailey Bruce at first. And I think the argument is being made right now, yeah. You saw there, Bree Vadrine came out. She wanted to talk to the home plate umpire. She thought that Bruce leaned into that. She turned her shoulder, but I think more defensively than anything. Either way, here comes Jolie Guyot. And this ball momentarily gets by Webb, but she is able to stop it just in time. Guyot is not your typical 9-hole hitter. She had a triple, a run scored, and a sac fly in the first game of the day. Pitch on the way, little flare, slow roller, picked up, throw to first in time, and finally the inning is over, but not before a 3-run shot for Ellie Rykoff puts the Lady Mustangs on top. It's the Lady Cougars up to bat. When we come back, the Salina Showdown for a trip to state here on the Salina Post Sports Network. It's presented today by the good folks at First Bank Kansas.
Long MacArthur is a proud partner of Nija Kennedy, the 2025 College Softball Pitcher and Player of the Year. We have supported Nija throughout her rise to the top as she inspires the next generation of female athletes. Shop for your next vehicle where Nija shops at Long MacArthur Ford in Salina, Kansas. Right now, you can take advantage of better than employee pricing on hundreds of new vehicles. Online at longmacarthur.com.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
Well, a 3-run Ellie Rykoff home run has put the Lady Mustangs out in front early, but as we go to the home half of inning number 1, it's an opportunity for Salina South to respond. The Lady Cougars are looking to continue asserting their dominance over their crosstown rival. Again, they have done well, even when Central has been good about picking up wins in this rivalry series, and if they want to get back to the 5A state tournament, they're going to have to come back and find a way to put some runs on the board here. Let's go ahead and meet the starting lineup for the Lady Cougars. It's the exact same lineup we saw a moment ago in game number 2 of this 3-game set today. Morgan Janasek, the right fielder, will lead things off. Then third baseman Briley Moss, center fielder Mackenzie Langer, first baseman Peyton Fritz in the cleanup spot today. Batting fifth, it's your pitcher Macy Yost, then left fielder Chloe Helsel, catcher Brecken Webb, second baseman Delaney Harris, and shortstop Sadie Zizicom brings up the caboose of the Lady Cougar lineup. Starting lineups presented as always by the good folks at Billings Group. 2-1 misses inside. Count goes to 3-1 here on Morgan Janasek. Your starting pitcher for Salina Central is Valerie Van Zant. We knew they kept the ace in the hole for this game. Van Zant has been phenomenal. She's making her 14th appearance of the year, although she's going to walk Morgan Janasek here to start this game. But Van Zant, all of her appearances have been starts. She has pitched 61 2/3 innings, a 2-1 record for Van Zant this year, a 3.63 ERA, 86 strikeouts to only 37 walks, and 10 hit batters. But the last time these two got together, even though the win went to Salina South, it was a really, really strong effort for Valerie Van Zant. She did everything she could to try to will her team to a victory. Ultimately, it just wasn't enough as South was able to put the runs they needed on the board. This one almost comes in and gets the batter once again. But you go back to that game, it was Valerie Van Zant who gets a swing and miss here. Van Zant went 6 innings. She gave up 4 runs on 5 hits. She only walked 3, and she struck out 13 batters. Here she is hunting her first strikeout against Briley Moss, who is behind 1-2. Van Zant brings it home, raked down the line, but foul. And with that, let's take you around the horn and check in on the Salina Central defense. Banninger is your starting catcher today. It's Turpin over at first, Jolie Guyett at second, Wagner at short, and Gordon at third. Your outfield from left to right, Peckham, Bruce, and Rykoff. That pitch is bowled home as it will take a skip off the turf, and the count goes even at 2-2. Well, there's just a little extra juice anytime these two get together, much less in an elimination game with a ticket to state on the line. This ball popped up. That'll find its way into the Lady Cougar dugout. And as expected, a fantastic crowd on hand. Salina has packed this place out to watch their two high schools go at it. A rare treat. As soon as we saw this, well, now Coach Waldron is coming out and wants to have a word about something. I'm not sure what. See Coach Vadrine sneak into listening distance, and whatever it is, Alyssa Waldron will head back to the central dugout, and we will play on with a 2-2 count. Van Zant checks the runner. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and it's a soft pop-up to third. It's caught by Gordon. It's one away here in the first. Mackenzie Langer, the next to grab a bat here for Salina South. I mean, they were in a position we thought the game might have gone the distance, and then they hung 11 runs on Newton in the fourth inning to take the 15-run rule. Again, they only needed 3 more outs recorded on the other side, but they said, no, we'll just go ahead and end it here. Langer played a big role in the victory. She'll take a pitch inside here. Again, for South, everybody contributed throughout that lineup. Langer was 2 for 3, a pair of singles, a hit by pitch, and a looking strikeout. Here, she will take a strike, and the count goes to 2-1. Van Zant is trying to establish her dominance here early on. It's the first time in this series, I believe, at any point in her career that Val Van Zant has had a chance to pitch with a lead. As another called strike will bring the count to 2-2. But the second we saw the regional brackets and saw there was a good chance that these two were going to get together, we knew we had to be here for the Mayor's Cup matchup. And here we are now. This ball struck well. It's got a chance if it's fair, and it will stay fair. It rolls to the corner. Let's see how aggressive they want to get with Janasek. They will hold her up, but the runner overran the base. She will get back safely as the throw came to the plate, and it's a Mackenzie Langer stand-up double to put 2 runners in scoring position for Peyton Fritz. Peyton Fritz just wants somebody, anybody, to actually pitch to her. She was hit by a pitch and then walked on 4 pitches twice in the game earlier against Newton. Will Val Van Zant be the first brave soul to actually pitch to Peyton Fritz today? Looks like she will, and she'll get an inside-out swing. Charging in, making the catch. There will be a throw to the plate. It is not nearly in time, and Peyton Fritz drives in the first run of the game on a sacrifice fly. The Lady Cougars are on the board. It's a 2-run game, and Mackenzie Langer moves up to third base. Macy Yost at the plate, trying to get back one of those runs she gave up in the last half inning. 2 away here. Val Van Zant working here from the circle, brings home the first pitch, and gets a weak pop-up that will find its way into the glove of Guyot. And that'll end the first inning. So South gets on the board. They still trail 3-1. It's the Mayor's Cup matchup in the regional championship here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage today is presented by the good folks at First Bank, Kansas.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
Well, it was Katie Wagner to lead off the first inning, and after the Lady Mustangs batted around the order, it'll be Katie Wagner to lead off the second. Want to say a very special thank you to First Bank Kansas for making all of this possible. We've been able to bring you all 3 games of this Salina South Regional earlier today, an 8-0 victory for Central over Emporia just about 20 minutes ago. A 16-1 win for Salina South over Newton, and that sets up this, a Salina showdown for a ticket to the 5A state tournament at Wichita State next week. And a great start with an Ellie Rykoff 3-run home run and a sacrifice fly for Peyton Fritz. It is a 3-1 ball game here in the second. Check swing, I believe, able to hold off there was Katie Wagner. For as good of a day as what Central has had, Wagner got off to a slow start. She did have an infield single to finish out her day in the 6th inning, and here she will watch another in the dirt as the count goes to 3 balls and 1 strike. We will keep you up to date with plenty of other scores on our Bennington State Bank scoreboard, including another really good game as a walk is issued to Katie Wagner. But if you want more good high school softball, check us out here on the Salina Post Sports Network and our Salina Post YouTube page. Chapman engaged in a good one with Concordia. The winner of that game will go to the championship round of the Chapman Regional. And, of course, if it is Chapman who advances, we'll have coverage of that one as well. Anthony Georges is on the call. Coverage of that one presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Here it's Charlotte Gordon at the plate. Gordon has done nothing wrong today. That's the first out she's recorded. Charlotte Gordon has had 3 doubles and a single in today's regional, and here, even on an out, it's basically a sac bunt, as she will succeed in getting Katie Wagner up 60 feet, and Central wanted to play a little small ball with Valerie Van Zant at the plate. Van Zant not trying to play small ball. She hits a tank, and it's off the street. The second home run of the Salina Central season, and the first for Valerie Van Zant, will put the Lady Mustangs out in front. It's a 5-1 ball game. Someone say something about small ball? My goodness, Van Zant rips one. And it is a 4-run ball game. This is not the kind of softball that Central has played this season. I want you to think about this. Central this year has played in 28 games. They had 1 home run. They've got 2 in the first 2 innings of this one. Unbelievable stuff. And with Van Zant clearing the bases, it's 1 out. Bases empty for Ellie Rykoff, who hit the first home run of the day back in the first inning. Yost misses low and outside. The one thing you can't do here if you're the Lady Cougars is panic. As the return throw gets into center field. I mean, let's face it, this group for Salina South is not used to being down to Central. At least not here on the softball diamond, where they've been dominant over the time that they've been playing. Here's another blooper, and that is going to make its way into left, and it's down for Rykoff. A single for Ellie Rykoff will turn it over to Harper Turpin, who's 1 for 1 with a single today. Runner aboard, 1 out, and Macy Yost in some real trouble here. Her team trailing, still only by 4, but you don't want to let a team like Central get going. We've seen what happens when they do. They've scored big runs throughout the course of the season. 15 against Clay Center, 16 twice against Junction City, 15 twice against Dodge City. I mean, double-digit run totals are no stranger for this Salina Central team. That's why they have a plus 151 run differential on the year. That ball struck well, but well foul. Find its way back to the sidewalk. Also keep you up to date on the other 5A brackets, but honestly, the way this has gone, this might be one of the quicker ones that finishes up. We've had some pretty quick ball games to this point. This ball taken up the middle, a diving stop, tagging the bag is Zizakam, who then airmails the throw to first. It's a fielder's choice for Harper Turpin. What a play by Sadie Zizakam, who makes the sliding stop and then gets the mitt tag to beat the slide. So it's 2 away for Peyton Burnt. Ellie Rykoff retired at second. Peyton Burnt grabs a bat. First pitch to her will miss for ball 1. An update on our Bennington State Bank scoreboard. Elsewhere in our area, Chapman pulls out a rally at the end of the 5th. They come back and take a 6-2 lead. It's another bloop single, this time into right field. And even when Central is not making solid contact, they are finding their way aboard. It's now runners at first and second for Hannah Peckham, who's 1 for 1 with a single today. She also had a bloop single. It came back as part of that big first inning. Could have been a bigger first inning, too. Central left the bases loaded. Good stop here for Brecken Webb. There have been some defensive changes. Actually, there have been a lot of defensive changes for Salina South here in game number 2, as Brecken Webb is now your left fielder. Chloe Helzel is now catching. Or, sorry, I had that flipped. My bad. It is Helzel behind the dish, and it's Webb out in left. So, only defensive change is Fritz going from pitcher to first. Next offering misses in the dirt here. Got to say, electric speed from the fact-checking squad here at Salina South. That one misses up and away, and the count will go here on Hannah Peckham to 2-1. Pitch on the way, misses up and out, and actually I had missed that one. It was 3-1, now it's a walk. So Peckham is aboard, the bases are loaded. And with 2 away, it's Bailey Bruce coming to bat with another opportunity to make some magic here for Central. This gets by, the runner will stay put. There's that padded backstop. It's enough that anything that hits it cleanly is going to bounce back to the catcher. Turpin aboard at third, Burnt aboard at second. Peckham is in at first. Here's Bailey Bruce. And a little nubber that's going to roll foul. No one able to get to that in time. Might have been for the best, as instead it will be a 1-1 count here on Bruce with Jolie Guyett in the on-deck circle. Central may lead 5-1, but if South can record this out, Central will have stranded 6 runners in the first 2 innings of this game. Another pitch misses high. Count goes to 2-1. Bruce had a good game 1. She was hit by a pitch to start things off in game 2. Here she evens the count up at 2-2. Bruce was 2 for 3 with a pair of singles and a strikeout in the win over Emporia. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. It's low and inside, and the count is full. Salina South's got nowhere to put her. Harper Turpin aboard at third, Burnt at second, Peckham at first. Here comes Yost's payoff pitch, and it's fouled away. So we will do it again. Bailey Bruce, a sophomore on the year, batting .348, slugging .609, 6 doubles, 6 triples, no home runs, and spoils another Macy Yost payoff pitch. She will see another. Bruce digs back in. Here comes the 3-2. It's ball 4 high. And Macy Yost has walked in a run as the Lady Mustangs take a 6-1 lead here in the second. Bases are still loaded. And here comes Coach Vadrine. And is this already the end of the line? Yes, it is. So Peyton Fritz will come back in. She will take us the rest of the way in the circle. We'll step away. Have an update on Fritz's numbers when we return on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this regional is brought to you by First Bank Kansas.
From raw honey to wax melts to beekeeping tools, boxes, and frames, AJ Honey Farms has it all and more. Be sure to check out their salves. Salves is a powerful blend of nature's best ingredients. Beeswax, crafted with care to soothe and nourish your dry skin, minor cuts, and burns. And for dry lips, try out their Happy Bee Balm. Treat yourself to their locally produced honey items or get a beautifully packaged gift set for a loved one. Stop in to see AJ Honey Farms at 901 North 9th Street. More than just a honey store.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hey Salina, come see us at the Kelly Kitchener Agency near the intersection of Cloud and Ohio. We want to be your Salina, Kansas insurance agent.
So the new pitcher coming into the game will not be Peyton Fritz. It is Nora Say, who is coming in here for Salina South. Typically, South has rode out 2 pitchers for a majority of the season. Say is going to be tossed in with her feet to the fire here and really going to have to work an out as she will face Jolie Guyett, the 9-hole hitter, but she will do so with the bases loaded. Peyton Byrne aboard at third. Hannah Peckham aboard at second. Bailey Bruce, following the walk, is at first. Pitch to Guyett, in for a called strike, and the count goes even at 1-1. Say has pitched this season a couple of times as she is making, I mean, this is crazy stuff. Just her 3rd appearance of the year. She has pitched 6 total innings this year. She does have a 1-0 record in the game she's pitched in. This one misses high. She has a 3-point, actually no, she has a perfect ERA. So in the limited sample size that she has pitched in, she has been very good. Biggest plate appearance of her entire career, though, is coming up here. And in case you're wondering, 4 strikeouts, no walks, 1 hit by pitch. Well, the bases are loaded. Jolie Guyett looking to crack this away. We'll do it again. Say is a freshman. Huge spot, payoff pitch, spoiled again, and we will do it again. And in case you're curious, Guyett is also a freshman. So you've got, I mean, the biggest situation of the season for both teams in an elimination game with a ticket to state on the line. The battle of the freshmen. Who's going to win it? We'll have to wait to find out. That is another pitch spoiled. It's been a disastrous start, but if the Lady Cougars can get out of this with only 6 runs given up, you got to think that is a huge momentum wave they can ride into the next half inning. The 3-2, big swing and a miss. She got her, and that will do it for the second inning. So for the second consecutive inning, Central strands the bases loaded. Nora Say gets the Lady Cougars out of the jam. Still a chance here for Salina South. They're up to bat when we return on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage today presented by First Bank Kansas.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of 2 types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation. If you suffer from chronic pain, ask your primary care physician for a referral to the Salina Pain Clinic. Our pain specialists will discuss the right options to manage your pain. Online at salinapainclinic.org.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
Welcome back in here to the Mayor's Cup matchup. And for Salina South, it will be Chloe Helsel, Brucken Webb, and Delaney Harris due up here. But you got to think, even though her team is down by 5, Nora Say is already looking like the hero of the game potentially for that one huge strikeout. She got Jolie Guyett swinging. I mean, we could be talking about a much, much different game if Salina Central had not stranded the bases twice, but they have left 6 runners on the base pass. And Salina South, who put 11 runs on the board in the 4th inning alone against Newton, is still well within striking distance here in this game. They've got work to do. Valerie Van Zant back out for another half inning of work. And she will fall behind Chloe Helsel 3-1. Helsel trying to get something started here for the Lady Cougars. That is a start in and of itself. It's a walk for Helsel. And the leadoff runner is aboard on a walk for the second time in as many innings, this time for Brucken Webb. Webb bats from the right side. Takes the first pitch for a ball. Valerie Van Zant hit her first home run of the season. It was the team's 3rd home run of the season, their 2nd of today's game alone. All of a sudden, the power bats have shown up. And these are the kinds of things we talk about when we say, in a rivalry game, you throw what you think you know about teams out the window, because historically, this is a Central team, at least this year, that has not hit for power. They've hit for extra base hits, sure, but again, 2 of their 3 home runs this year coming in this game. 1-0 looked outside. It's a called strike. They'll say that cuts the corner. The count goes to 1-2. And Brucken Webb will have to get defensive. Webb digs back in. Here comes the pitch, and she'll take it up the middle. Van Zant goes to second for 1. Back to first. They got her. What a defensive play. Van Zant turns it to Wagner, who gets it back to Turpin. And it's a 1-6-3 double play to empty the bases before Delaney Harris comes to bat. So it will be Nora Say who bats here for Delaney Harris. We wondered, with all the defensive switches and everything else going on, who we would see here. And it is, in fact, Nora Say who takes over the 8-hole for Delaney Harris, who does not get an at-bat in this game. First pitch misses inside. Harris did reach base all 3 times, but did so without the strength of a hit in the first game. 1-0 misses high and away. South with work to do, trying to get that work done here. Say takes upstairs, and the count goes to 3-0. Nora Say this season has taken 9 plate appearances. She is a .250 hitter. She's been good about being patient. Just 2 hits on the season, 1 RBI, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Here trying to get something started for the Lady Cougars. Big moment for the freshman, a chance to step up big, and she will walk. So Nora Say is aboard at first for Sadie Zizicom. 2 outs in the inning, but a chance potentially for the Lady Cougars to get something rolling. And are we going to have a courtesy runner? It appears we will. Looks like Maria Alicia Martinez will come in and run for Nora Say. Softball has some advanced calculus you can use to shift players around. Obviously, this is a little bit simpler, but I mean, you've got double switches, you've got re-entries, courtesy runners, you've got the flex, the DP. And none of that matters here. Sadie Zizicom at the plate. Runner aboard at first, 2 down in the inning. Her team down by 5. Home plate umpire will render his decision back up here to the press box. First pitch to Zizicom. Misses low, and the count starts off at 1-0. Next offering will also miss high and away. Got to be careful if you're Central. You don't want to face the top of the lineup with any kind of momentum on the side of this Lady Cougar team. We know how hot the bats can get. Zizicom is going to drive one into the gap. That will one hop to the top of the fence. They'll wave Alicia Martinez. Zizicom's thinking 3. Here's the throw. Did they get her? No, they did not. Sadie Zizicom, an RBI triple. And the Lady Cougars are in business, only down by 4 here in inning number 2. This is what I was talking about. Momentum for the Lady Cougars, and the top of the lineup coming to bat, Morgan Janasek at the plate. First pitch to Janasek. It misses inside, and now you start to hear the juice from the South dugout. And you can tell what it means to this team. One of the biggest rivalries for my money in the entire state of Kansas at any level, any division across high school sports, meeting here today for a chance to knock one another out and go through to the 5A state tournament. Big swing and a miss for Janasek. Count goes to 2-1. Boy, we have been blessed in this rivalry as well. Last year, remember, South and Central both pulled off crazy regional runs on the baseball diamond and met in the 3rd place game. Here, it's a swing and a miss. And Janasek, who was up in the count 2-0, has now evened it 2-2. Big pitch coming for Val Van Zant, and she got her. Janasek strikes out swinging. It's the first K of the day for Van Zant, and we go to the 3rd inning. It's still a 6-2 lead for the Central Lady Mustangs here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage today is presented by First Bank Kansas.
Sage is your go-to source for industrial strength cleaning products, ice melt, floor equipment, paper, asphalt, and just about everything in between. Whether you're a maintenance supervisor, a small business, or just wanting your home to look amazing, stop by 732 North 9th Street in Salina, where we will be happy to assist you. You can also visit us at sageselects.com or call us at 309-1919. Sage Products, the right call every time.
Your next visit to the doctor for an upcoming procedure or surgery should start with a conversation about Salina Surgical Hospital. Hi, this is Geraldine Diedrich, and we are truly committed to fostering your health and well-being. From outpatient procedures to inpatient stays, you will feel the difference in our excellent care and compassion. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure at Salina Surgical Hospital. Your surgical experience is our specialty. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local, community-involved physicians.
Well, for the third time in as many innings, Katie Wagner is going to lead things off for Salina Central. She got a line out to start the game. She walked to lead off the second, and here she will take a called strike to even the count at 1-1. And we got some more shoe maintenance being done here, this time by Briley Moss. That's why you do a double knot, kids. So it's a 1-1 count. Wagner at the plate. Here comes the pitch. And that will miss low and in the dirt. This is going to be a big test for Nora Say, who has not really been stretched out in any of these games. She has come in and tossed a couple of innings here and there. Like I said, this will be her third appearance of the season. And if the Lady Cougars are going to come back and win this thing, it's going to have to be in large part on the right arm of Nora Say, a freshman who has not seen huge time this season. And a walk to Katie Wagner will put the leadoff runner aboard here for Salina Central in the third inning and bring up Charlotte Gordon. Gordon is not someone you want to be pitching to today. She has 3 doubles, a single, and a sac bunt in her plate appearances of this regional tournament. Helsel almost missed high there on the return throw back to Say. Got to be cautious of that as well. This ball fouled back to the screen. Count goes even at 1-1. You also wonder how the Lady Mustangs will fare facing a pitcher that they have not seen before, and I think that may be part of the equation here, potentially, for Coach Vadrine. You've got an arm out there that this team is not super familiar with. Runner goes, throw to second's a good one. Did they get her? No. Katie Wagner, a stolen base, flexing the speed, and she's up to scoring position now. As Charlotte Gordon is at the plate with a, believe it, 2-1 count. Say brings home the pitch. That is outside, and the count goes to 3-1. Val Van Zant is in the on-deck circle. It's ball 4, high and inside, back-to-back walks. And that's really been kind of the boogeyman, so to speak, for Salina South. It's been the free base runners that they have allowed. And there have been plenty as Van Zant comes to the plate. Valerie Van Zant today, a hit by pitch and a 2-run home run. It was the first home run of her season. Here she will hit a little dribbler back up the middle. They will go the short way for 1 and a bump there. And I don't know that that was intentional or malicious, but Gordon slid in hard to second. She is eliminated. Van Zant is aboard on the fielder's choice. And it's runners at the corners for Ellie Rykoff. Rykoff in this game has a single and a 3-run home run. She has already driven in half of the runs today for the Lady Mustangs. And, I mean, really just picked up right where she left off, because in the first game, she had 3 doubles, a single, 2 RBI, and a run scored. So total in the regional so far, 5 RBI for Ellie Rykoff. Nobody has managed to record an out of Rykoff yet. As Van Zant goes to second, she'll be given the back. Another stolen base for Valerie Van Zant. Now 2 runners in scoring position. Rykoff digs in. 0-2 though. Say is ahead, and Say will get the strikeout. Well, there you go. That's the first put out of Ellie Rykoff. And it's 2 down in the inning now for Harper Turpin. Turpin's reached base safely twice today, a single and a fielder's choice. First pitch in there for a called strike, low and outside. Central thinking about more runs, and they might have them. That's down in the gap. It's going to be a bases clearing hit for Harper Turpin, who drives in 2. And the Lady Mustangs take an 8-2 lead here in the third as Katie Wagner and Val Van Zant both come in to score. Peyton Burnt is next to grab a bat here for the Lady Mustangs. Again, they've stranded 6 runners already. I wondered if they were going to strand a few more. Quick update on our Bennington State Bank scoreboard. Chapman's softball team gets the win over Concordia. They came back. They scored 5 runs in the 5th inning. That was enough for them to pick up a 6-2 win over the Lady Panthers of Concordia, which means they advance to play Andale in the regional championship game, and you can tune in to that if you're interested right here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage is presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Here, it's the Mayor's Cup matchup as a 3-0 pitch is going to miss. It's a 4-pitch walk to Peyton Burnt. And South is starting to play with some fire here as it's now 2 aboard and 2 away for Hannah Peckham. And the veteran Peyton Fritz is going to come over and have a word with Nora Say. So, fresh count to work with. Hannah Peckham today has singled and walked. And the first pitch is across here for a called strike. That is good work. Trying to stick around the zone. Next pitch, same spot, same result. Say starting to settle in. But as anyone knows, you can get yourself on the doorstep. The question is, do you have the put-out pitch? Nora Say looking for it here. There it is. Hannah Peckham down on strikes. And we go to the home half of the third, but more runs coming in for Central. They lead it 8-2. It's the Mayor's Cup matchup for a ticket to state. We step away. Coverage today is presented by First Bank Kansas.
Close your eyes. Now, imagine yourself cheering from the bleachers at Salina South. Feel the pride of donning the colors of Salina Central. Picture the spirit of being part of the Sacred Heart community, or the camaraderie at southeast of Saline. Envision the thrill of supporting El Saline or Bennington. Visualize the unity in rallying for Minneapolis High. Now, open your eyes and see yourself in team apparel from Messenger Total Promotions. Visit them in person in downtown Salina.
We are back here in Salina, Kansas, the Salina South Regional with the Lady Cougars on the ropes to their biggest rival. Like I said, it's been a rivalry that has been dominated for the most part by the Lady Cougars, but Salina Central thinking about getting their revenge, and it would come in the biggest game of the season if they can find a way to pull this off. Still a lot of softball left to be played, and it's the 2, 3, and 4-hole hitters coming to the plate here for the Lady Cougars. Briley Moss, Mackenzie Langer, and Peyton Fritz. Because of all the stranded runners, I mean, we're still talking about a 6-run ball game for a team in Salina South that has not been shy about putting runs up on the board themselves, and they can hit for power. I say that to illustrate the fact that things can change with this team really with one swing of the bat. This is one that's lifted into the shallow part of left field, and the catch is made by Wagner, as that is the first out of the third. It'll bring up Mackenzie Langer. Langer, of course, had the double that it looked like was going to get South another run. She reached third base back in the first inning, but they stranded her. So she will take another crack at it here. First pitch to her, good-looking drop ball, but it misses high at the letters, and the count starts off at 1-0 on Mackenzie Langer. It's been a really fun week of high school baseball and softball coverage, and we're only halfway done. I mentioned, of course, these games being broadcast courtesy of First Bank Kansas. We were able to bring you the Chapman games still ongoing in the softball world, courtesy of Kirsten Day. And then yesterday we were able to bring you a doubleheader featuring Minneapolis softball, thanks to another of our good friends and Scott Osherman down in Minneapolis. And it rolls on tomorrow as we will be in Hayes for the Hayes TMP Regional. Sacred Heart taking on Ellis if they win, likely taking on the hosts in TMP, looking to exact some vengeance for the way their season came to an end a season ago. And then if Southeast of Saline can pull off another victory, we'll be bringing you coverage of their championship game at Osage City against an opponent still to be determined. That game would take place on Thursday. So keep it tuned, keep it locked for more scheduling and more broadcasts. Of course, if you are enjoying coverage of today's game, please consider giving the channel a subscription. Really helps us out and helps us continue to bring you the best in high school baseball, softball, basketball, football, and everything in between here in the area. Called strike 3. Mackenzie Langer is down. It's the second strikeout of the outing for Valerie Van Zant. And it brings Peyton Fritz to the plate with the bases empty. You can look at this in one of two ways if you're Central. You could either say you've earned the right to pitch around Fritz, or you could say you have enough of a lead that you're not afraid to pitch to Fritz. I don't think that was either. I think that's a pitch that just slipped. As Van Zant's toss gets back to the backstop. So she'll look to settle back in here, and home plate umpire walks out to hand deliver her a new softball. Still an 8-2 ball game, a 6-run lead for Central. This one rolled to short. Wagner takes care of it, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Val Van Zant. We go to inning number 4. 8-2 is the lead for Central here on the Salina Post Sports Network.
Close your eyes. Now, imagine yourself cheering from the bleachers at Salina South. Feel the pride of donning the colors of Salina Central. Picture the spirit of being part of the Sacred Heart community, or the camaraderie at Southeast of Saline. Envision the thrill of supporting El Saline or Bennington. Visualize the unity in rallying for Minneapolis High. Now, open your eyes and see yourself in team apparel from Messenger Total Promotions. Visit them in person in downtown Salina.
Are you ready to make a meaningful impact? Join the professional healthcare team at Salina Regional Health Center. They're seeking nurse assistants who are eager to provide exceptional care to our community. Their growing organization offers competitive pay, comprehensive benefits, and tuition reimbursement. If you're ready to join a team that values compassion, teamwork, and outstanding patient care, apply now at srhc.com or reach out to Human Resources. Great careers start here. Salina Regional Health Center. They take care of you so you can care for others.
Back here at the campus of Salina South High School, an 8-2 lead for Salina Central, and the 8, 9, and 1-hole hitters due up here, which does mean that Katie Wagner, the leadoff batter, is going to get an at-bat guaranteed in each of the first 4 innings today for the Lady Mustangs. Nora Say is back out for another half inning of work, and she's done most of the work herself, as her defense has only recorded 1 putout. The other 3 have been strikeouts. Central still trying to crack the code, but she has been giving up free bases. And that's been kind of the main issue here since she took over. The book did close, of course, on the starting pitcher, Mesa Yost. Yost is now at third. Moss is now at second. And Harris is out defensively for Salina South. Bailey Bruce has gotten 2 of those free passes. She had a hit by pitch in the first inning and a walk in the second. 1-2 misses low and inside, and the count goes full. Patience has paid dividends for Bruce this season. 13 strikeouts to 11 walks. Things relatively even coming into today's games. She lunges at what would have been ball 4 and pops it up. The catch is made as Helzel is able to squeeze it. Webb. I am going to get that right one of these days. And Bruce records the first out.
22,
Jolie Guyett now at the plate. This ball popped up into foul territory, and that'll make its way out of play. Guyot had a really good game in the win over Emporio. Since then, though, her bat's gone quiet as she has ended 2 innings at the plate, a ground out and a strikeout to close out the first and second. Top of the lineup has done its thing. Most of the lineup has done its thing as Guyot is trying to become the 9th player to reach base safely. Wagner's done it twice. Gordon's done it twice. Van Zant's done it 3 times. Matter of fact, everyone else has done it twice or more. Pitch to Guyot. Popped up. This one might stay inside. Nope, it'll land on the dugout roof and find its way back out and foul. Quick update from our Bennington State Bank scoreboard. Southeast of Salina softball does hold on. They knock off Harrington 16-0, and then they defeat Council Grove 5-2. So they will play in a regional championship game coming up this Thursday. And we will have coverage of that game live from Osage City. The question is, who will they play? That's a 3A softball bracket that got underway. Payoff pitch fouled away here. See if Keisha is on the case here with the update there. That is, of course, the Osage City Regional featuring some really good teams. 20-6 Silver Lake and 13-11 Osage City, both in the mix. And here it is. Jolie Guyot walks, and all 9 spots in the lineup have come and reached base at least once today. So Katie Wagner, who lined out in the first, walked in the second, and walked in the third, is now at the plate, and she will take strike 1. Wagner still looking for her first hit of this game. That's the next combination that Central's working on, as they have just 3 members of their 9-member lineup that do not have a hit today. Everyone's reached base. Walks have had a lot to do with that. 2-1, hit short. Back to the Central dugout. I know we've got a couple of other area teams that are in action here today. Both baseball and softball tournaments getting underway. Of course, earlier today on our Bennington State Bank scoreboard, the Abilene Cowboys were able to get a 7-3 win over Concordia. So they await the winner of Pratt and, I believe, Andale. See if we can't find a score from a game between Chapman and Clay Center on the baseball diamond, as this ball is fouled away. It's always fun to follow all the teams this time of year and see who's heating up at the right time. Another pitch spoiled away here. Katie Wagner continuing to battle. She has been fighting off a lot. Here comes another pitch from Say. It's high and tight. And that is the first ball of the at-bat. Wagner got behind early and then just battled and battled and battled. She has found herself here and laces one back up the middle. It's a base hit here for Katie Wagner, her first hit of the game. She has now reached base in her last 3 at-bats. And Charlotte Gordon will come to bat next. This is the part of the order that's done the most damage today in both games for Central. Gordon, Van Zant, Rykoff, and Turpin. First pitch almost gets away. Runners will stay where they're at. 1-0 the count. Gordon stands back in. So far in this game, a double, a sacrifice bunt, and a walk. Cuts on a pitch outside, evens the count at 1-1. Of course, tomorrow, Salina South and Salina Central's baseball teams will get things started. South will play Hayes at Hayes. Central will play Valley Center in Topeka. One ball, two strikes. Gordon trying to keep her streak going here will spoil another pitch. It's really been kind of the one problem. C has pitched really well, or Say has pitched really well, but just has not been able to find that true strikeout pitch. She has retired 3 via the K, but lately, and that came in and got Charlotte Gordon. And a hit by pitch loads the bases, and look who it is. It's Val Van Zant. Van Zant has been hit by a pitch. She reached on a fielder's choice. She also hit a 2-run home run. Now batting with the bases loaded, swings at the first pitch she sees and drives it back to the concession stand, which I have it on good authority is closing here in the top of the 5th inning. Save from the windup, brings it home. Van Zant drives this to the corner. It is caught. Janasek makes the catch, but 1 run comes in to score. It's a very loud sacrifice fly, and you gotta tip your cap to Morgan Janasek, who just saved a run for the Salina South Lady Cougars. All right, what did I just miss? Is there another out? Did they just try to appeal and say the runner left early? I think they might have. They're either making the case if this is a double play. And, yeah, the umpires are going to confer. We're going to keep it live here. One of two things happened there. Either the runner at third did not tag up at any point, or she left. I mean, she couldn't have left the bag early, but I'm debating whether she came back and touched the base at all. If she didn't, it's a double play, and, yeah, they're going to say she never made it back to the bag. So rule that as an it's going to be an F9-5 double play. And that's how the 4th inning comes to an end, at least the top half of it. We're halfway home from Salina, and the run comes off the board, I believe. We'll step away, back with more when we return. Coverage today brought to you by the good folks at First Bank Kansas.
I've always believed in love stories that last forever. At Vernon Jewelers, we've been crafting these stories for 141 years. Each piece is a chapter in a journey, a testament to timeless romance. Whether it's an engagement ring or a cherished anniversary gift, we create memories that sparkle. Look for that iconic sign and discover our collection and personalized customer service in our 141st year. We're not old, just really good at what we do. Vernon Jewelers in downtown Salina, because love deserves that perfect setting.
So Macy Yost will lead off the inning. It should be I did not see what happened on that. There's a possibility that the runner trying to take third base was tagged instead. I may text Ryan Stewart and see what the call is, but for now the umpire has told the press box that it is a 9-2 ball game. So we'll check in and see what we can learn. Either way, dire straits for South if they can't find a way to get something going here. Macy Yost, Chloe Helsel, Brecken Webb, your 3-2 up. This ball struck well to deep center field, the deepest part of the ballpark. And Macy Yost has left the building. Solo shot for Macy Yost, and the Lady Cougars get one back to lead off the 4th inning and bring Chloe Helsel back to the plate. Helsel so far today reached on a walk back in the 2nd inning. Maybe that'll inject some life into this South offense. And there was a throw from right field on that relay. Like I said, we'll come back to that if we get an update on it. But for right now, it is 9-3. Chloe Helsel at the plate, looking to reach base for what would be the second time today. High and outside, Helsel takes. Things will stay right where they're at for now. South also needs some more runs to try to keep themselves away from that 10-run gap, as Central has successfully scored, at least we think, in every single inning so far. We'll have a chance to reset the brackets and take a look at who's still in going into regional championship games coming up over the next couple of days. Of course, some tickets to state have already been punched. The winner of this ticket, or the winner of this game, will have one of those in hand. Another pitch misses inside. Chloe Helsel is going to reach on a walk here for the second time today, and that brings up Brecken Webb. Webb grounded into a 1-6-3 double play her first time up. First pitch, big swing and a miss. South trying to stay alive. Both teams ended the season on a bit of a sour note. Derby handed 2 losses to this Salina Central team. It broke a 5-game losing streak. A 5-game winning streak. Meanwhile, South split their set with Newton, but they came back and got their revenge in game number 1. And we're going to get some more softballs in here as they will restock our home plate umpire. I want to throw a special thank you to a couple of sponsors of today's game, including Kelly Kitchener at Shelter Insurance, Sage Products, Vernon Jewelers, and Commercial Tire Center. Brecken Webb calls for time, swings at another pitch high, spoils the strikeout pitch from Van Zantho. Central can practically taste it. They still have a ways to go here, half a ball game to be exact, but they've laid the groundwork for what could be a big win. They have a 6-run lead. They're looking to protect it here as another pitch is spoiled away by Brecken Webb. Webb not going down without a fight. Just continues to fight off pitch after pitch. That one is fouled off. Defensive swing for Brecken Webb. Not trying to do too much. And again, running out of softballs. So many foul balls that we've had 2 pauses this at bat alone. Webb stands back in, 0-2 on the way. She'll foul another off and drills the iPhone running the Game Changer stream. Someone's going to have to fix that. Perfectly placed foul ball. And now the only place you can tune into this game is right here on Salina Post if you want video coverage. Brecken Webb has fouled off 5 pitches. She will not foul off this one. Count goes to 1-2. That cell phone belongs to one Christy Fritz, who looks up with a little shrug. Hazards of trying to record the game, I suppose, as Webb strikes out. And that is the 3rd strikeout of the day for Val Van Zandt. It's the first out of the inning, and it brings up Nora Say. So we did get clarification from Ryan Stewart, the athletic director. The runner that left early was the runner that came from 2nd to 3rd, and the runner that tagged up from 3rd to home on the sacrifice fly did successfully score. And then on appeal, the other runner, who was Katie Wagner, was in fact called out. So you do give a sacrifice fly to Valerie Van Zandt. And yes, another RBI for Van Zandt on one of the more hectic scorekeeping plays we'll have today. Say takes a strike, count goes to 2-1. Two-one pitch, misses down and in, and the count now 3-1. Say trying to keep things together in the circle here, trying to cause a little chaos from the batter's box. Takes a strike, and the count is full. South has scored 1 run in 3 of the 4 innings so far. Looking for more here as Say spoils another pitch. And that'll miss. Say reaches on a walk. And patience proving to be a virtue, as South has got 2 runners aboard, and Alicia Martinez will come in to run for Nora Say. And Sadie Zizicom, who hit a triple her last time up, will try to find a way to make this through and get the job done. They're going to check something down the line here, and we play on. Zizicom, of course, went 0 for 3 in the first game, but came back out swinging here. An RBI triple in the second inning. That's how the Lady Cougars got their second run of the day. Here she'll take a first pitch strike. Things starting off at 0-1. Next pitch misses high. Still keeping one eye on our Bennington State Bank scoreboard, seeing what else we can dig up for you. Right now, this is one of the biggest games in the state. Ticket to the 5A state tournament on the line. A 1-2 count to Sadie Zizicom. 1 out in the inning. 1 run already across. 2 runners aboard. Top of the lineup looming. The 1-2. Ball taken. Zizicom, I think, just dropped the bat. Zizicom, a stellar defensive shortstop. It takes called strike 3. 4th strikeout of the day for Van Zandt, who's starting to heat it up. And Morgan Janasek represents the last hope for the Lady Cougars to get something on the board here in the 4th. First pitch from Van Zandt misses high and outside. Coverage of this game brought to you in part by Salina Regional Health Center. They are hiring. See all their open positions and start your new career today by visiting srhc.com. First 2 pitches miss the zone outside. Starting to see some teams in and around our area eliminated from playoff contention. Of course, this game will eliminate one of these 2 teams. Another pitch inside, a called strike on Janasek. And the count to 2-1. So far, we've already seen Ellsworth, El Saline softball eliminated. We have also seen the dismissal of Southeast of Saline, Ellsworth, Minneapolis, Bennington, and El Saline baseball. So as it stands right now, we got 5 baseball teams and 7 softball teams left. Swing and a miss here brings the count full. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 aboard. Van Zandt kicks, deals, liner into the mid. Guyot handles it. And South will strand a pair but they do get one across on a solo shot by Macy Yost. We'll step away, back with more regional softball coverage when we return. It's presented by First Bank Kansas.
Long MacArthur is a proud partner of Nija Kennedy, the 2025 College Softball Pitcher and Player of the Year. We have supported Nija throughout her rise to the top as she inspires the next generation of female athletes. Shop for your next vehicle where Nija shops, at Long MacArthur Ford in Salina, Kansas. Right now, you can take advantage of better than employee pricing on hundreds of new vehicles. Online at longmacarthur.com.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
Welcome back in here to the 5A Regional, presented here in Salina by First Bank Kansas. And it will be Ellie Reitkoff, Harper Turpin, and Peyton Burnt at the plate to lead things off for the Lady Mustangs, who have put themselves in a great position here. Again, we did get clarification. It was a sacrifice fly and then the appeal of the runner who left second base early. So Jolie Guyot's run did count. And that has this at a 6-run ball game. Nora Say is back out for another inning of work. The freshman came in relief back in the second inning after starting pitcher Macy Yost gave up the 6 runs to start this game. Here's a soft dribbler down the line, a chance to beat it out. And they say Ellie Reitkoff is in there with an infield single. These are the kinds of hits that Central's been cashing in. They've had bloop singles, they've had swinging bunts. It all works the same. And here comes Harper Turpin, who today is 2 for 3. A pair of singles and a fielder's choice in the first pitch. Misses high and away for Nora Say. This will also be Say's 3rd time through the lineup. 1-0 the count. Say brings home the pitch. That one right down the pipe for a strike. Say's next pitch is in the dirt. The count to 2-1. See if we can't get you an update from out in Chapman. Again, the Lady Irish looking to punch their ticket to the 4A state tournament. They do lead. They are up 1-0 on Andale Garden Plain. 3-1 pitch, low and inside. It's a walk, I thought. Yep, there we go. Even Harper Turpin forgot the count there for a minute, but she will take her base. And it's 2 aboard for Peyton Burnt. Burnt today, a single, a walk, and a flyout. First time up against Say, she did have a single. That came back in the 3rd inning. Here she squares to bunt. And trying to move those runners into scoring position and eliminate that traditional double play. The way Central has hit today, you almost wouldn't mind just seeing everybody swing away and see what happens, but will be an opportunity here with an 0-1 count. Here comes the pitch. They'll square to bunt once again. And this time it's bunted foul down the first base line. So the bunt is now not an option for Peyton Burnt, who will have to swing away with 2 strikes. Single and a walk. Fly out to right field as well. And the 0-2 in the dirt. Taken there, easy enough for Peyton Burnt. Still a beautiful day for some high school softball, baseball, whatever you might be watching today. Here in Salina, 71 degrees, all sunshine. And this one poked near the middle. Zyzicom tags the bag, throws to first, not quite in time to get Burnt down the line, but a fielder's choice does get the first out. And it takes Turpin out of the equation, puts Reitkoff aboard at 3rd base. It's runners at the corners with one out here for the Lady Mustangs, and here comes Hannah Peckham. Peckham, a single, a walk, and a strikeout swinging. First pitch to her. She is swinging at that and pops it up. It's easy work. It's handled by Moss, and it's 2 away. To come back, South is going to need more quick outs like that one. Bailey Bruce, who does not have a hit yet today, stands in at the ready, at least not in this game. And, I mean, the runner's going to take second. Burnt basically took a secondary hop all the way to second base. I think she was trying to bait a throw from Brecken Webb behind the plate. Webb thought better of it. So it's runners at second and third. Strike one called. Bailey Bruce falls behind in the count. She will stand in, again batting here from the right side. Here comes the 1-1. It's a nubber to Zizicom, and that'll end the inning. So it is another quick inning here for Salina Central, and it will be Central up to bat, or South up to bat when we come back. We go to the home half of the fifth here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage today is presented by First Bank Kansas.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
Back here on the Salina Post Sports Network, coverage of today's Salina South Regional presented by First Bank Kansas. Lady Mustang bats have gone quiet, but they did a lot of their work early. They lead it 9-3 as we go to the home half of the fifth inning. And it is, had to go back and correct it. That was the first half inning of this game that Central failed to score at least one run. Big swing and a miss here for Briley Moss, who will lead off the inning. It's Moss, Langer, and Fritz. But Central put up 3 in the first, 3 in the second, 2 in the third, and 1 in the fourth. They come back out here to face Valerie Van Zant. This will be the third time through the lineup. South, meanwhile, a run in the first, a run in the second, and a run on a solo home run in the fourth. And another overthrown pitch there. Van Zant just hangs on to it a little too long. She'll have to settle back in here, working from the rubber. 2-1 pitch, up and out. Doesn't have to be all at once, doesn't have to be all this inning, but if you're Salina South, you need runs, and you need one big inning. This misses inside, and this could be the start of something as Briley Moss is aboard with a leadoff walk. That's been kind of the other thing. South has had the leadoff runner aboard now in all but one inning of this game. And Central is going to huddle up around Val Van Zant. While they do that, want to take a moment and thank a sponsor of today's game, Messenger Total Promotions, the official apparel provider for the Salina Post sports team. See them in downtown Salina for local high school swag like hoodies, t-shirts, hats, and more. They can custom make anything and have school items for your car. Messenger Total Promotions in Salina, Minneapolis, and Junction City. We've got a pitching change here in the fifth inning. We'll tell you more about it when we come back on the Salina Post Sports Network.
From raw honey to wax melts to beekeeping tools, boxes, and frames, AJ Honey Farms has it all and more. Be sure to check out their salves. Salves is a powerful blend of nature's best ingredients. Beeswax, crafted with care to soothe and nourish your dry skin, minor cuts, and burns. And for dry lips, try out their Happy Bee Balm. Treat yourself to their locally produced honey items or get a beautifully packaged gift set for a loved one. Stop in to see AJ Honey Farms at 901 North 9th Street. More than just a honey store.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hey Salina, come see us at the Kelly Kitchener Agency near the intersection of Cloud and Ohio. We want to be your Salina, Kansas insurance agent.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of two types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation.
So Paxton Ekberg is the new pitcher into the game here, and Central will counter South's true freshman that Central had not seen a lot with their own true freshman that Central, or rather South, has not seen a lot of. Ekberg this season is making just her third appearance, all out of the bullpen. She has pitched in just 3 innings this season. And in those 3 innings, you take a look at her body of work as this ball is fouled away. She has recorded 6 strikeouts, no walks, no hit batters, has a perfect ERA and a whip of .3, but again, that's all in a very limited sample size. Mackenzie Langer is at the plate, facing off against the new right-handed arm. Pitch on the way, that's in the dirt, that gets by, and Briley Moss is up to second on the passed ball. Langer trying to make something at the plate here. Has a double already. Came back in the first inning. Another pitch that misses high and away. And I know that, and maybe you feel like she's walked too many batters. She gave up the home run, but going away from Valerie Van Zandt is an interesting choice this late into this game. Usually when they go to a situation like this, it's Katie Wagner who comes into pitch, but this time they opt for the freshman, and the freshman walks Mackenzie Langer on 5 pitches. And will they let her pitch to Peyton Fritz? This is still a manageable game, thanks in part to Central stranding so many runners. The Lady Mustangs left the bases loaded in the first, bases loaded in the second. They stranded 2 in the third, 2 in the fourth, and 2 in the fifth. There is an alternate reality where Central brings in a few more of these runs. This game could already be over, but it is still within reach. As on another passed ball, the 2 runners move up into scoring position. And now it's Langer at second and Moss at third in a 9-3 ball game, and you've got Peyton Fritz at the plate. Fritz gets under it. This one sinking in center. It will be caught. It should be a sac fly. The throw to the plate not in time. So Moss will come in to score a run. South is going to need more than that to get this done, but it's a start. And Mackenzie Langer will go ahead and move up to third as Macy Yost, who's already got a home run today, stands in next. Yost is 1 for 2 with that solo shot. Her team is down, but only by 5. Problem now is the number of outs remaining for the Lady Cougars. Here comes the first pitch. Yost will take it for a called strike. And with that run coming in to score, the book does close on Valerie Van Zandt. We'll get you her final line when we can tabulate it. The 0-1 to Yost. That ball hit out to right field, tracking over, making the catch. It's another sacrifice fly, back-to-back SF9s for Macy Yost and Peyton Fritz, and the 2 runs come in to score, and all of a sudden, it's a 4-run ball game. Chloe Helzel will come to bat. She's walked twice today in her 2 plate appearances, batting now with 2 away. Next pitch, or first pitch, misses here for a ball. It's also curious that the 2 freshman pitchers who have both pitched exactly 3 innings, who are both freshmen, and who are both pitching in this rivalry for the first time in their careers, each wear number 29. 1 ball, 1 strike in a 4-run ball game. Chloe Helsel at the plate. Pitch on the way. That one struck to second, picked up by Guyot, and she will take it for the 3rd out of the inning, but not before a pair of sacrifice flies bring the Lady Cougars back within striking distance. It's a 4-run game here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this regional playoff is presented by First Bank Kansas.
Long MacArthur is a proud partner of Nija Kennedy, the 2025 College Softball Pitcher and Player of the Year. We have supported Nija throughout her rise to the top as she inspires the next generation of female athletes. Shop for your next vehicle where Nija shops at Long MacArthur Ford in Salina, Kansas. Right now, you can take advantage of better than employee pricing on hundreds of new vehicles. Online at longmacarthur.com.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
Back here at the Salina South Regional, presented by First Bank Kansas, and the first pitch comes in and gets Jolie Guyot. Salina Central once again has the leadoff runner aboard, and it's the top of the order coming to the plate with Katie Wagner to take another at bat here against Nora Say. Tough break there. Next pitch comes back. It was over the plate, but it was low. So a ball is called there. That one is in for a called strike. Working out final lines here for the 2 pitchers who have exited the game. That ball knocked away. They're going to throw this to first. It's knocked down by Fritz. Good defensive stop there by Fritz just to keep that from sailing into the outfield. So Macy Yost went 1 1/3. She gave up 6 runs, all earned on 7 hits. Walked 3, plunked 1, did not record a strikeout. Van Zant checks out of the game. She goes 4 complete innings, gives up 4 runs, all earned on 2 hits, walks 6, strikes out 4, and it turns things over in the biggest game of the year, in a playoff elimination game, to a pair of freshmen, Nora Say for Salina South and Paxton Eckberg for Salina Central. And it's a hit batter and a walk to start the inning here for Central. And here comes the most dangerous part of the lineup. Jolie Guyot is aboard at second, Wagner at first, and a ball that gets by will put 2 more runners in scoring position. Wild pitch moves Guyot to third. And here comes head coach Bree Vadrine to have a word here with her pitcher. So far this season, in case you're wondering, Peyton Fritz has never come out of the bullpen. And I would imagine they're going to keep things with Say here. Obviously, Yost's day is probably done no matter what. And yeah, they will continue to show faith in the freshman as it's Say's game for the time being. Charlotte Gordon, Val Van Zant, Ellie Rykoff, your 3-2 up here for the Lady Mustangs. 2 aboard, nobody out. 9-5 our score here in the 6th. First pitch is fouled away. Wonder if the conversation was in regards to what's been going on here. Again, with this part of the lineup having so much success, Slap hit to Zizicom, who's going to try to throw the runner out at home. Now the return throw to third. Everyone's safe. Charlotte Gordon is going to be safe at first on an RBI single. And Central tacks on another run as Guyot is in safely. There's still nobody out, and Wagner scampers to third. And here comes Valerie Van Zandt. This ball in the dirt. Runner takes off for home. Wagner scores. That ball gets by. Now the other runner takes off for third base. The wheels starting to come off for Salina South as Wagner scores and Gordon is up to third. Still working here through the sixth inning. And Coach Vadrine is going to make a change, and for the first time all season, it looks like Peyton Fritz will come out of the bullpen and replace Nora Say. We'll step away, let you know more about it when we come back on the Salina Post Sports Network.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
We are back, and it's really getting to be crunch time here in the sixth inning. Central leads it 11-5. They've got another runner in scoring position. That's Charlotte Gordon, and they've got Valerie Van Zandt at the plate. Van Zandt has had a heck of a day. She has reached base 3 times. She has driven in 4 runs, a hit by pitch, a 2-run home run, a fielder's choice, and a sacrifice fly. Here, trying to keep the line moving, she pops this into foul territory. It's almost caught. Moss gave it a look. That was an impressive attempt there. We got more defensive changes. Harris is actually back in at second. Here's the pitch to Van Zandt. She will take this to third, picked up by, I think, Yost, who throws to first. Now they come back home. Did they get her? Oh, they say they didn't. A mad dash to the plate for Charlotte Gordon. And now an appeal at home, but, I mean, in a game like this, you're not going to overturn that. It was a good-looking throw. But Charlotte Gordon comes in to score, and it is 12-5 Lady Mustangs. RBI ground out for Val Van Zandt, and here comes Ellie Rykoff. Still just 1 out in the inning. Pitch to Rykoff, misses low. Touch outside as well. Rykoff has had a really good day, although here she cuts over the top. A 3-run home run, a single, an infield single. A strikeout as well. Watches this one go by. Next pitch, called strike, and the count goes to 2-2. This ball lifted in the outfield. It should be easy work, and the catch is made. Langer knocks out the second out of the inning. And here comes Harper Turpin. First pitch to Turpin. Misses for a ball. Back to work. Pitch skipped in the dirt. And a chance to run back here. On 2-0. That ball hit inside out, tailing towards the bullpen. And gets out of play safely, so no harm, no foul there. Again, tomorrow, our regional softball and baseball coverage continues as a soft liner to first base will end the inning. And we go to the top of the seventh. It's or to the bottom of the sixth. One last chance here. And we got more regional softball on the other side here when we come back on the Salina Post Sports Network.
Tools, boxes, and frames. AJ Honey Farms has it all and more. Be sure to check out their salves. Salves is a powerful blend of nature's best ingredients. Beeswax, crafted with care to soothe and nourish your dry skin, minor cuts, and burns. And for dry lips, try out their Happy Bee Balm. Treat yourself to their locally produced honey items. Or get a beautifully packaged gift set for a loved one. Stop in to see AJ Honey Farms at 901 North 9th Street. More than...
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hey Salina, come see us at the Kelly Kitchener Agency near the intersection of Cloud and Ohio. We want to be your Salina, Kansas insurance agent.
It's another inning of work here for Paxton Eckberg, who will face Marley Yost in place of Brecken Webb. And the first pitch to her will miss. Webb was 0 for 2 from the catcher's spot, grounded into a double play. Also grounded in, or actually also struck out. Called strike. Brings the count to 1-1. South desperate to try to get something going here as they find themselves down to their last 6 outs of their season here on their own home turf. Ball tipped foul back to the screen. Count goes to 1-2. Again, our regional coverage continues tomorrow in Hayes as the Sacred Heart Knight baseball team looks to pick up a couple of big wins. They'll take on Ellis in the semifinals. If they win, they'll play either Hayes TMP or Ellenwood in the regional championship game. 2-2, fouled away. We'll do it again. Be interesting to see who bats down in the 8 hole. I'm guessing we might just see a return to the spot for Delaney Harris. The 1-2, chopped up the middle. Wagner comes over, picks it up, throw to first in time. And it's the first out of the inning, recorded by Central. And it will be Delaney Harris who comes in and reclaims her spot. It hasn't mattered who's batted in the 6 hole. It's been a walk both times. Once for Harris, once for Say. Eckberg trying to close this out, looking for 5 more outs. Here's a jam shot out to right into the glove of Rykoff. 2 away. Top of the lineup will get another at-bat. That's the one silver lining for South here. No matter what, Morgan Janasek, Briley Moss, and Mackenzie Langer will get to bat. If they can get to her, Peyton Fritz will get a chance as well. And you keep going from there. But for South, they're down to their last 4 outs potentially of their season. Pitch on the way, nothing doing there. Inside to Zyzicom. Next pitch to Zyzicom, in for a strike. Quick check of our Bennington State Bank scoreboard. Chapman leads Andale Garden Plain 3-0 at the end of the third. Trying to ride out an ace of their own all the way to the finish line. Here's the 1-1. Chopped foul, and the count goes to 1-2 on Zyzicom, who today has a looking strikeout and an RBI triple. One, two in the dirt. And things even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Zyzicom this season bats .221. That hit earlier today was her 16th of the season. She'll take another pitch. High and away, and the count is 3-2. Chance here to make this interesting. Zyzicom stands back in. Ready for another offering, and will ground it foul down the line. Payoff pitch. Ball 4, and Sadie Zyzicom is aboard with 2 outs and the top of the lineup coming to bat. Morgan Janasek up to bat. The other good thing here for South, you guarantee that Peyton Fritz will have at least one more at bat. That doesn't mean they'll pitch to her, but she will get to walk to the plate. At the very least, they'd love it if it came in this inning with a few runs to boot. Lady Cougars still down by 7 runs. It's been an offensive onslaught for Salina Central. Helped out by some pitching miscues. Pitch misses away here. I don't think anybody in attendance today had a pair of freshmen dueling it out for the last 4 innings on their bingo card for today's game. But you got to tip your cap. Paxton Exberg and Nora Say looked really good in their 2 appearances so far. Called strike here brings it to 2-1. Pitch on the way. Pitch fouled away. Things stay even at 2-2. If you're South, you don't want to rely on a 7th inning comeback. You want to at least get a couple of these runs back here. 2-2 pitch. That ball lifted to straightaway center, tracking back. It's up, it's over the fence. That's actually going to hurt the case of the Cougars as Janasek has to hold up at second with the ground rule double. And they're going to make Zyzicom go back as well. That is brutal. I mean, even the breaks, even the well-hit balls, the breaks just not falling for the Cougars today. So it's a ground rule double, and now we've got a meeting in the circle. That is, by the way, the first hit surrendered by Paxton Ekberg since coming into the game. I think they just want to talk her through the batters she's about to face. Briley Moss, Mackenzie Langer, Peyton Fritz, Macy Yost, if they can get to her. 2 runners in scoring position. I want to say another big, big thank you to First Bank Kansas for making coverage of today's games possible. All 3 games today. We started our coverage at 2 o'clock. It was an 8-0 win for Salina Central over Emporia, then a 16-1 win for Salina South over Newton. And here we find ourselves in a 12-5 contest. Briley Moss at the plate. 2 runners in scoring position. Heart of the order due up next. And a true freshman trying to will her team to a spot in the state tournament next week. Moss gets jammed, but it's over the glove of Wagner. 1 run comes in to score. Here's the throw to the plate. 2-run score. Briley Moss is going to drive in a pair. And the Lady Cougars have some life. Down by 5 here in the 6th. Just a little bloop single. And it brings Mackenzie Langer to the plate. First pitch to Langer. In there for a strike. South knows they're down to their last 4 outs, but that's what they need to do. Just chip away at it little by little. So far today, Langer a double, a walk, and a strikeout in her 3 at-bats this game so far. Takes outside, it's 1-1. Crowd on the edge of their seats. Here at Salina South, it's a packed house as we expected it to be for a Salina showdown in the 5A Regional Championship game. 1-1 to Langer, up the middle, that's through. Runner holds up at second. Briley Moss is safe. Langer's got a single. Here comes Peyton Fritz. Paxton Eckberg gave up a sac fly to Fritz back in the 5th inning. We know the power Fritz has got. You make a mistake, you may only be up by 2. Fritz does not have a hit today in the regional, partially because Newton didn't pitch to her. Newton hit her with a pitch. They walked her twice on 8 pitches. Today, Fritz is 0 for 3. She's got 2 sacrifice flies. She is trying to make this a ball game here in the 6th. 1-0 pitch. This one hit well, deep right. It is caught. Rykoff hauls it in, and the Lady Mustangs are 3 outs away from going to state. But first, they will look to add some insurance, up 12-7. Coverage of this regional is presented by the good folks at First Bank, Kansas.
I've always believed in love stories that last forever. At Vernon Jewelers, we've been crafting these stories for 141 years. Each piece is a chapter in a journey, a testament to timeless romance. Whether it's an engagement ring or a cherished anniversary gift, we create memories that sparkle. Look for that iconic sign and discover our collection and personalized customer service in our 141st year. We're not old, just really good at what we do. Vernon Jewelers in downtown Salina, because love deserves that perfect setting.
Are you ready to make a meaningful impact? Join the professional healthcare team at Salina Regional Health Center. They're seeking nurse assistants who are eager to provide exceptional care to our community. Their growing organization offers competitive pay, comprehensive benefits, and tuition reimbursement. If you're ready to join a team that values compassion, teamwork, and outstanding patient care, apply now at srhc.com or reach out to Human Resources. Great careers start here. Salina Regional Health Center. They take care of you so you can care for others.
Well, to the 7th and potentially final inning we go. It'll be Peyton Burnt, Hannah Peckham, and Bailey Bruce to lead things off. And Peyton Fritz had to be called upon again for the first time all season out of the bullpen. She came in, she faced 3 batters, she retired 3 batters. It was an RBI ground out, a fly out to center, and a line out to first. Fritz is trying to keep this game within reach. Central trying to find a way to put it to bed early. 1-1 the count, 12-7 our score. Lady Mustangs are up on their biggest rival. Chance to eliminate Salina South. And Fritz not happy with the call, puts her palms to the sky, looks back to the home plate umpire. She will step back in here. 2-1 pitch. High and away. Burnt today has reached base 3 times on 1 hit. She's 1 for 3. A single, a fly out, a fielder's choice, and a walk. 3-1. Ooh, the frame job of the century by Brecken Webb on a pitch that I think she caught in the batter's box. 3-2 on a line under the glove of Harris. Peyton Burnt leads it off with a single. And Central will send Hannah Peckham to the plate. No, we've got a pinch hitter. And that's Paxton Exberg, who will take over the spot of Hannah Peckham. So it's Ekberg taking her first at bat of the day. Very limited sample size at the plate as well for the freshman, hitting in a big spot here. Takes high, count evens at 1-1. This is the bottom of the lineup. You don't want to face the top again if you don't have to. Of course, Peyton Fritz picked up a win, as did Macy Yost in the doubleheader sweep that South pulled off earlier this year. Again, they got the wins 6-3 and 4-2. On the other side, it will be Macy Yost, Chloe Helsel, and Marley Yost who will represent the last chance for the Lady Cougars. Right now, it's the Lady Mustangs trying to add to their lead, which currently stands at 5. Pitch on the way, misses outside, and Fritz now has evened the count, 2-2. Two-two pitch, also shot foul down the right field line. A little surprised we haven't seen more scores coming in on our Bennington State Bank scoreboard. Again, we've got plenty of other games happening around the world of the 10 schools in our orbit here in the Salina area and elsewhere. Some kind of a change being made here. Ekberg will dig back in. The count stays 2-2. And here we go. And Fritz wants a moment to talk it over as Webb comes out. Runner aboard at first. Salina Central trying to add to their lead. And another pitch fouled away. But the first 2 games today took just 3 total hours to complete. This one has gone 2 hours. It's been a battle. Flipped the short way for one. Zizakam tries to come back to first, but it's not to be on the double play. A fielder's choice for Ekberg, who does reach safely to bring up Bailey Bruce. Say that 5 times fast. Bailey Bruce in this one, hit by a pitch and a walk, still looking for her first official hit. And I believe we may have a courtesy runner coming in for Ekberg, and it looks like we will. So a new runner aboard at first. 1 down in the inning. And it's Bailey Bruce at the plate. A walk, a hit by pitch, a pop out, a line out. Pitch on the way, misses outside. South just looking for 2 more outs as they are down to their final 3. Back pick attempt, not in time, trying to keep Ekberg close. Pitch on the way. And it's now 3-0 as Fritz has missed all 3. Here to Bruce. Top of the order is looming. 4-pitch walk. Fritz puts Bruce aboard. Ekberg's pinch runner moves up to second. And here comes Jolie Guyett. Guyett takes the first pitch for a ball. It's now 5 straight outside the zone for Fritz. A single, a fielder's choice, a walk. Guyett also still looking for her first hit of this game. And we'll take a called strike to even things up at 1-1. Fritz wipes the turf. Brings home another and sails it over the head of the catcher. Everybody up a station. Throw to third, not nearly in time to get the pinch runner. And it's 2 in scoring position here for Jolie Guyett. A 2-1 count. And Guyett rakes one up the middle. That's going to be 2 more runs. Ooh, 1 more run. A quick relay, a throwback to third. They got her. Salina South absolutely hoses Bailey Bruce at third base. So 1 run does come in to score. It's an RBI single for Jolie Guyett. And yeah, Bruce is going to make the second out of the inning at third base. I'm not going to lie, I thought she had gotten back, but obviously the umpire way on top of the play and a lot closer to it than I am. So the RBI single does give Central another run. It's now 13-7. Katie Wagner at the plate now, and another pitch that gets by. Guyett will take second. So Guyett up into scoring position. Wagner has reached base 4 times in this game. A single and 3 walks. And she will take inside here. Quick check of our Bennington State Bank scoreboard after 4. Chapman still in the driver's seat. The Lady Irish up 4-0. 2-0. Another one that gets away from Webb. And Guyett is up to third. Quick correction. 3-0 Chapman after 4. It's a 3-0 count, my guess. Wagner will probably sit on whatever pitch is coming, as now it's Webb who needs to relace the shin guards. And time called again. Back in the box and ready to go, and it's a 4-pitch walk. That's the 4th walk of the day for Katie Wagner. 4 walks and a single. She's reached base 5 times. The only other player on the team that could do that is Charlotte Gordon, who stands in here. Runner goes. Wagner aboard at second. Pitch to Gordon. Shot off the mitt. That is going to find its way into the outfield, and Central waves the runner. They will score 2 on a Charlotte Gordon 2 RBI single. It was a hot shot. I don't think there was a clear play there to be made. And 2 more in for the Lady Mustangs, who lead it 15-7. Guyett comes in to score. Wagner scores from second, and the first pitch to Val Van Zandt is inside for ball 1. And now if you're South, you just have to preserve your chance of getting the bats back up, as 2 more runs would end this game here in the 7th, and Van Zandt already has 1 home run today. That gets away. Gordon moves up on the passed ball. Central scored 3 in the first, 3 in the second, 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 3 in the sixth, and so far 3 in the seventh. And it's another walk, this time to Van Zant, who's going to take her base. And now the potential game-winning run is aboard, and Ellie Rykoff, who also has a home run, is at the plate. First pitch to Rykoff, in for a strike. So far today, Rykoff is 3 for 5, a 3-run home run, 2 singles, a strikeout, and a flyout to center. One. It's low. Imperative that Webb keeps everything in front. South still needs just one more out to get the bats back up. And time called here by the batter before Fritz could throw the pitch. Two balls, 1 strike to Ellie Rykoff. Her Lady Mustangs lead the way 15-7. And a strike will even it up at 2-2. It would take a Herculean effort for the Lady Cougars to come back in this game, but if they can get an out here, they'll at least earn themselves the opportunity to try the 2-2 pitch. Big swing and a miss. There you go. Peyton Fritz will get the chance for South. They are down to their last 3 outs. One last opportunity when we come back on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this 5A Regional is presented by First Bank Kansas.
Long MacArthur is a proud partner of Nija Kennedy, the 2025 College Softball Pitcher and Player of the Year. We have supported Nija throughout her rise to the top as she inspires the next generation of female athletes. Shop for your next vehicle where Nija shops at Long MacArthur Ford in Salina, Kansas.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
Macy Yost, Chloe Helzel, and Marley Yost represent the last hope for the Lady Cougars. They've got a long way to go. Central tacks on 3 more runs in the 6th and 7th. They have a 15-7 lead, and it's do or die time for the Lady Cougars. Yost has been good today. She's driven in 2 runs, a solo home run, and a sac fly to the deepest part of the ballpark. She might have done it again, and she has. Solo shot for Macy Yost, her 2nd home run of the game. And the Lady Cougars not dead yet as Yost puts them on the board here in the 7th, and we've got a 15-8 ball game on our hands. Deepest part of the ballpark, too. Yost not content to go down without a fight. By the way, for what it's worth, that's only the 4th hit allowed by Paxton Ekberg since checking into this game. She is probably content, though, to see the bottom of the order coming up here, and it all starts with Chloe Helzel, who's reached on 2 walks today. She's still in search of her first hit. Chopper to 2nd. Picked up there by Guyot. 1 down. Central 2 outs away from a trip to Wichita. Let's see if they keep the spot in the lineup with Marley Yost here. No, it will be Brecken Webb who re-enters and reclaims her spot in the order. Webb has just 1 plate appearance today. Actually 2. She grounded into a double play and struck out swinging. Time called again here. First pitch from Paxton Ekberg. Big swing and a miss. Strike 1. This ball hit on a line out to right. That gets down. And it's a base knock here for Brecken Webb to keep things going with Delaney Harris coming to the plate. Harris stands in, fouls the first pitch away. Harris, so far today, a walk and a line out to right field. 0-1 misses high. Count goes even, a ball and a strike. Next pitch on the way. This ball lifted out to center, back to the warning track, and making the catch is Bailey Bruce. And the Lady Mustangs sit 1 out away from a date with the 5A state tournament. Sadie Zizicum, the last hope for the Lady Cougars. They still trail big, 15-8 here in the 7th, runner at first. It is now or never for the Lady Cougars. Paxton Eckberg has been fantastic. The freshman's first pitch misses outside, 4-1. You don't want to pitch to the top of the lineup. Central wants to end this right here and right now. Once again, Eckberg into the windup, brings home the pitch. This ball hit up the middle, that's going to get through. It is into center, and the top of the lineup is going to have one last thing to say about this contest as Morgan Janasek will grab a bat. She smacked a ground rule double back in the 6th inning, and she comes to the plate now. Again, a long way to go for her team, but a chance. Salina South clinging to hope here in the 7th. First pitch here from Eckberg. In the dirt. Runners hold. Got to be cautious with that, too. You don't want to make the last out of your season on the base paths. Janasek standing in, fouls the pitch away. The count is even at 1-1. Janasek on the season, 487 on base percentage here, just trying to get aboard and keep the inning alive for Briley Moss. Here's the 1-1. That is in the dirt for ball 2. Again, the runners on base don't really matter right now. You're up by 7 if you're Central. You've got a lot of breathing room. You only need one more out. That's got to be the focus here of Paxton Eckberg. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch. Outside. Ooh, called strike 2. And the Lady Cougars are down to their last strike. Paxton Eckberg, a freshman, in her first ever appearance in this rivalry series, a chance to end it. The 2-2. Inside, ball 3, will do it again. Regional championship game, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away, 2 aboard. Paxton Eckberg sets and fires the payoff pitch. It's in the dirt. It gets by. And it's a walk to Janasek to bring up Briley Moss.
Number 3, Briley Moss.
Brecken Webb is aboard now at 3rd. Zizicum is up to 2nd. The infield will huddle for a moment. and talk this over. Again, they still have a 7-run cushion, but now you're starting to get into the really serious bats for Salina South. Briley Moss, so far today, is 1 for 3, an RBI single, a walk, and a run scored. She's also got a couple of infield pop-ups. Salina Central hunting one last out. First pitch popped up, drifting near the fence, and it just evades Brooke Banninger. So we will do it again. Briley Moss trying to keep the season alive for Salina South. The 0-1 pitch. That ball hit up to center. Diving catch! And the Salina Central Mustangs have done it. For the first time in over a decade, the maroon and white are headed to the 5A state tournament. And the Lady Mustangs will play for a 5A title in Wichita next week. Our final score, 15-8. Here in the third and final game of this 3-game set, want to say a very special thank you to the good folks at First Bank Kansas who made all this coverage possible. Central gets the win 8-0 in Game 1. South gets the win 16-1 over Newton in Game 2. And in Game number 3, the regional championship, it's the Salina Central Lady Mustangs who take the victory and the regional title. 15-8 is the final. Want to say one last thank you to everybody for tuning in all afternoon long. All of this coverage has been presented by First Bank Kansas. Our regional coverage continues tomorrow as we head to Hayes for a battle between Ellis and Sacred Heart. The winner, if it's Sacred Heart, will have coverage of the regional championship game as well. But that'll do it for us one last time. For Tyler Henry up here in the press box, for Nicholas Fierro covering all of our camera and production duties today, thank you so much for tuning in. The Salina Central Lady Mustangs get the job done, and they will be headed to the 5A state tournament next week. You caught it right here on Salina Post.